remember me? I'm that guy that you laughed at constantly all the time. Cause I'd hold supplies, measure boards on lights, and put the brake on my safe, I was boarded tight. And now look, when it's dark and dark, you can't get online or look about a start of fires. Don't suck up to me, I know what your heart desires. On my survival rations, fashion, spare parts and pliers. Damn, I got the tools that you need, so for expertise to me they run. So living my life as a hermit had benefits. Now about time that I had me some fun. Pick up a pistol, I'm pinning the walls, biting my fist and I'm breaking their jaws. The bigger they get, then the harder they fall. Shouldn't brag, but I knew I was right all along.
They laughed and rolled their eyes when I hoarded gas and stockpiled supplies. One little societal collapse and wow. Tell me, Dad, who's laughing now? Cause now we're ridden, well I'll be giving a riddance to the miserable existence I was so sick of living. You just here to kill time, and we're from my time killing all the getting idiots who didn't sit up and listen. I don't miss it now, I never was the chatty type. Ain't saying I'm okay with genocidal parasites. World burns but it's spinning and we yearn for rotisserie. That worm turned life to a deadly kind of paradise. Cleaners swap them up in the surge for a Molotov clock comes a bucket of blood. I was Armageddon pleb and you were up in the club. It's my turn for fun, you can run but I told you so.
Come to call and the darkness descends at the end of it all's where the party begins. Yes, we're sad you were mauled, but it's hard to pretend we're not having a ball as we carve through your friends. So get busy running, but we saw it coming. You thought it was funny when my haven't had a gun in. We were talking now, but you were marking all the warnings. Now we found you busy killing, written to be honest. It's awful to glow, even so we just hope that you know we told you so. We told you so.
Used to always tell me I should check my head, you're mental. Now the bodies have been left for dead, not vengeful. But I'm gunning like an FPS, no dental. This ain't covered by the NHS. Metal to the heart like a pacemaker. I don't need your stupid money, that's just waste paper. I'm a game changer, call this grave dangers. And they waking up 28 days later. Ain't nobody care about their Facebook status. Know that I've been practicing with space invaders. Village breaking red and I've been staying hidden. I could be the one to light them up, cause man I hate my neighbors. I shoot my zombie mother, no I wouldn't even hesitate. I left my room a mess, but now I got no need to decorate. I don't even care about these better days, cause now I'm shooting all my shots at tall boys like the NBA.
Oi, mate, this is what I've been waiting all day for. What me whole life before was full play for. I'm a full flavour, natural born labour, with a great flair for a appalling behaviour. Rule breaker, and there's no lawmaker. No rules to break, so I break your face, bruh. Swapping for a footprint, so trainer. Knock through the wall like an ex-door neighbour. I'm bloody sick of all these Joe labours. I'll blaze them like a bit of old paper. Fuck you, a Millwall and the wake ups. In the morning you'll be lucky if you wake up. Craig skulls in the old days down in Bermondsey. Now the whole world's on a murder spree. And there's nothing to do but disturb the peace. But better not smash claim it on me Burberry. Oi! Has the day come to call and the darkness descends at the end of it all's where the party begins. Yes, we're sad you were mauled, but it's hard to pretend we're not having a ball as we carve through your friends. Now I never dreamed I'd become a cleaner, but I had a brother to death and a packing heater. Better shoot these parasitic venom to the ethers, and I test the planet as a freaky for my leisure. It's awful to glow, even so we just hope that you know. We told you so, we told you so.
Where my millennials at? Don't you guys feel we're no longer the target demographic for gaming? They have their loot boxes, battle passes, while we have our indie games and boomer shooters. Let's go.
Born in the 80s, get shot by the crazies. They live for fun. I'm all out of bubblegum, jump straight swing. Hail to the king, blood flare man, Serious Sam.
Pixelated God. Pixelated God. Pixelated God. Pixelated God.
Pixelated.
Kto tak skro? Pixelated gore. Kto tak skro? Pixelated gore. Kto tak skro?
And now we go live to every family's favorite Endless Void. It's the Backrooms Holiday Special.
It's Christmas in the back rooms, may not be the one you planned. But don't you know it is the season to be glitching through the ceiling to a one-tone wonderland? Yes, Christmas in the back rooms, that special time of year. We've trimmed the trees with wreaths and existential primal fears. Every level's looking jolly, hope you brought a lot of holly. There's an infinite sprawl of different halls to deck, good golly. Yes, escaping would be folly. Take a tip from me, that Santa Claus can fit an exit door beneath the trees. Oh, hum to the thrum of the halogen lights, but don't wonder if you're gonna see Santa tonight. Cause the chimney's labyrinthine and there's infinite trees are glistening, and there's far too many hearts a gift delivering right. Yes, Christmas in the back rooms, a silent nightmare awaits. No reindeer hooves upon the roofs, foam tiles won't take the way. It's Christmas in the back rooms, and there's no end in sight. But try in vain to find your way inside the maze of winding chains of twinkling fairy lights. Through cracks in reality, whoops, there goes sanity. Won't be roast ham or beef, have a feast sucking the damp. There's no calories, also no January time is imaginary, trapped in this labyrinth. Sing to the carols called all over the room, and hope nothing hunting you was drawn to the tune. The doors will lead to nothing, so the carolers aren't coming, and that distant sound of running likely isn't here to croon. Christmas in the back rooms, sugar plum dreams of escape. Your gift is nothing flashy, just a camera battery and VHS tapes.
Figure in the corner, I see a shadow on the wall, I see a new world order balanced on the brink. In a blink it'll fall to the I see a walls of an empire, I see a new architect, I see a fuse to be set fire, forged in the wire, pulled tight around your neck by the I see a balance of power is a delicate thing, but cometh the hour, cometh the king. Here at the summit, the pendulum swings, 'cause like any puppet, the world's on a string.
Invisible glove with the globe on a thread. Just one man can cut it, can plummet the web. It is said on the back of the eyes of the dead is a terror in black with a tie burning red, with the blood that was spilled in a chilling whodunit. Your cupboards are filled, there's no pinning the culprit. Assassin's just pale when he's kicking the buckets of madmen and magnates, the sick and corrupt. There's a shake within the shadows, there's a chill up in the air. No, your status doesn't matter, empty wheel or billionaire. In a palace or a manor, man with killers at your care. If you're penciled in his planner, chances he's already there. Perhaps that new butler who walked past your henchman and brandished that tumbler of port no one questions. So hand in your number, report into heaven. Those passes when punched, well, they're all 47.
I see a figure in the corner, I see a shadow on the wall, I see a new world order balanced on the brink. In a blink it'll fall to the I see a walls of an empire, I see a new architect, I see a fuse to be set fire, forged in the wire, pulled tight around your neck by the I see
Listen, thanks for all the warnings. My security's been beefed up several times since 9 this morning. Checkpoints at every corner. Lasers and ventilations. I've got bodyguards for bodyguards. No way he'll penetrate when every unit on my team supreme, completely redeemed in worthiness, which means I'm impervious to the schemes of mercenary services. My servants are subservient. Don't move unless I say so. Can't refuse my influence. Half your crew is on my payroll. 47 better lay low or he might get 86. Let's put a bounty on his head. That crash assassin makes me sick. If his barcode doesn't scan, we just need to price check him. Blood spilling on my designer tiles. Clean up on aisle 7. Look, I'm not afraid of the ICA. I'm like 1,000 floors up. They'll never find me. Wait, is that a person lurking in the curtains? Nah, it's gotta be the bourbon, cause I'm certain my observers would have heard him. That would have been quite the feat for him to sneak past. Oh my God, it is him. I need to think fast. Guards, someone stop this vigilante. Please, I have a family. Is this the end? No, it can't.
Your plan was clandestinely running the show, but your plan is destined for coming to blows with the man who's the best in expunging his foes while casually dressed in their underlings' clothes. Security forces may find that it's nap time, stored by the faint lullaby of your flatline, falling away as you find that you can't fly, or simply bake you a pie with a landmine.
It's the ominous addition that was hidden in your condiments, topping you for thinking that you're living without confidence.
Okay.
Rip around the populace while sitting in your opulence.
Now that I have unfucked everything that shat itself when I plugged in my controller, which was a lot today for some reason, we can begin. How's everyone going? Hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of day it is. I don't know, a lot of y'all are fucking West Coasties. So, morning. Why I gotta exclusively associate with streamers and shit who don't live in the same time zone as me? That shit's kind of lame. Yeah. Okay, I looked over and realized my microphone had reset itself to a different level. I have not fixed that. We are good to go. How's everyone's day going? I've picked up 2 more games to use for stream. I picked up BattleBit and I picked up Evil West. Evil West is more for stream than BattleBit is. BattleBit's because everyone keeps telling me to buy BattleBit. And I do want to shoot people. Okay.
I still remember the day the frost descended. It was the end of empty threats from a god who must have meant it. We must have crossed a deity whom our greed and lust offended, and upon whose plentiful benevolence.
Lost Muzaki. There we go. So supposedly, my controller, which I'm holding in my other hand, which is why you can't see it, should work. It claims to have connected today. I don't trust that. It's not been truthful in the past about it. Ooh, it actually did. Oh my god. This is unprecedented. Not sure what I'm supposed to do with this kind of high quality. This shit's crazy. Yeah, I decided not to do 3D modeling today just because I fucking headspace, yo. Not gonna elaborate, I'm just gonna say headspace and move on like that means something. Let's go ahead and get our Muzak pickied out. Have I tried the country section on here? I don't really like country, but like, you know, truck driving. I already hate it. Moving on. I've been here for 2 seconds and I hate it. Go back to Jan. But I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Start of a new week. All that good shit. Steam summer sale bumping along. What more could you want? Okay, so I'm gonna do a delivery on this map, and then we're gonna go back to Maine. It's just that I had already set this truck up for a delivery, and I want to take it to the other map with me. So that's what we're gonna do. Hey Raven, how's it going? Alright. Turn on something. It goes? Ah. Getting ready for work? Yeah, that tracks. Raven, I've picked up BattleBit for all the good it does me. I'm stunned I didn't roll this just now. I looked away for a half second and it all went wrong. Where am I even taking this? I'm taking it to the farm. Yeah, okay. There we go. We're moving again. I would have sucked if I'd rolled over just then. Friday? Currently it's planned for Saturday. Why? Do you have BattleBit and do you work Friday? Because I have been told that BattleBit is like playing an FPS from 2009. You know, back when they were at their best. So that got my attention. I'm off Friday, was thinking about getting it, but now I have incentive. I might change it to Friday. I was gonna do Deep Rock Galactic Friday, but I can move that. You know me, I'm not married to anything. Oh, I meant to message Flair and it slipped my mind. Whoops. Because supposedly Flair and I are going to play a game, I think Friday as well, but probably not when I'm streaming. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm going to join him on his stream for that, I think. I will say that we are rapidly approaching. BattleBit looks fun to play. It does. I originally wasn't interested in it because, you know, it's got that Roblox art style. But I was watching a video of someone talking about it, and I realized, I'm like, oh, this may be exactly what I want out of a first-person shooter. Hey, Leo, how's it going? I posted about it in the Discord, and Julio chimed in, and he was like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be, you know, the best thing since Battlefield 3. And I was sitting with someone else eating lunch, and I was like, isn't it a fucking shame that the reference point for the last time we had a really, really good FPS is fucking 12 years ago? I just like FPSs in general. That's fine. I know a lot of people that do. I actually play more RPGs and simulators than I do FPSs. Make sure I got my trailer. So that is kind of where I come from on that, but I play more of other genres. But no, like they stopped making good FPSs in like Battlefield 3 came out in 2011, and it is still the reference point for a lot of people for the last time FPSs were good. It's a 12-year-old game. Jesus Christ, how far have we fallen as an industry for that to be, like, the case? It's just abysmal. Fun fact, BattleBit has more players than Battlefield 2042 does. By a factor of 6 times. It has 6 times the players. What the fuck? I stopped looking at the road again. Why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep doing that? Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. So we're headed to this farm up here. I think I actually want to turn here because this road is fucked. If I'm remembering it correctly, yeah. But I think we actually want to turn here and go by this warehouse. Yeah, supposedly this road is better. Come on, let's see if we can scoot through here. Yeah, we're getting it. Roads, Tiny makes his own roads. That is kind of the idea. I'm still bummed that Vickrell told me that originally you were supposed to be able to repair all the bridges in the game. And then the devs, the Muckety Mucks canceled that because it would make the game too easy. And I'm like, but I want to fix bridges. What's the point if I don't improve the infrastructure? Yeah, we should just be able to scoot along past this warehouse. I'm not used to this truck yet. It has a much better turning radius than what I'm used to. Also much worse all at the same time. I just have to keep looking back to make sure my trailer's still back there. Yeah, I still haven't fully filled out my weekly schedule yet. I haven't decided. I think what I'm playing Thursday day is still open. I think this is where we want to cross. Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, so I'm going to give Battle Bit a try. I'm looking forward to that. Doing more Dredge tonight, and that's going to be fun, too. I really like Dredge. I've had a lot of fun with that so far. So the plan here is instead of taking the roads to more fishing, nice, yeah. Instead of taking the roads to the farm like a sane person, what we're gonna do is climb a hill. I almost fell in that hole and that would have been devastating. Yeah, so there's a hill up here. Here. So the farm's over there, right? And as much as I could go down this way to get there, we're not going to do that. We're going to drive up this hill. We're just going to go up and over and down into it and hopefully not die. Emphasis on hopefully not die. I need to remember that I've managed to get my controller to connect Bluetooth, so I don't have to hold my controller in one fixed place. I can move and be comfortable now. Yeah, I was trying to find another 3D project I could start working on for a bit. You know, while I, you know, to take a breather from the cat, and I couldn't find anything, and I don't know why, but I've been exhausted. Like, I have not been sleeping well. I've been super tired. And I don't really like 3D modeling, or at least I'm not in the mood to do 3D modeling at the moment. I really just didn't feel like doing it this week. Also, the next stuff I want to do off stream, so I just need to do that at some point. Hold the line! If we get going sideways, we're not getting back up. There you go. Perfect. So... that don't look right. I have an idea though. I'm gonna come back here with a different truck and I'm gonna see if I can back the truck under those barrels and pick them up. I don't know what they're for, but it sounds funny. Oh, they fell down. Oh well. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this trailer. I have no idea. I don't want to just leave it over here, but I also don't want to drive it all the way back and sell it. So I'm probably just going to abandon them. Oh, here's more floating cargo. That must have been Vickrel. Must be light material cargo since barrels is flying. Must be light. Yeah. Ah, you know, it's those that new helium gas. Although hydrogen is lighter. By a lot, actually. Hydrogen is lighter, but hydrogen is flammable, which is why they don't use it for a lot of stuff. Like, helium, I think, is inert. Oh, that's right. I have to do 2 entire loads of this, don't I? Fuck. I forgot about that. Is there a closer log pickup? I don't know. I think so as well, on helium being inert. I'm pretty sure helium's inert. Helium's also used for a lot of stuff. I'm waiting for someone to hit me with the somewhat incorrect fact about us running out of helium. Because I know that fact, and it's not entirely true. We are going to grab the trailers and take them back. I forgot this was a this job was going to take more than one trip. So we'll hook up to it with the winch and we'll just drag them both back to the the garage. We can't run out of helium. All the elements have a half-life, don't they? So there's this thing that was running around for a while that we were running out of helium, which isn't true. What was true is the U.S. strategic reserve of helium was running out, because the U.S. has a strategic reserve of helium, and basically the reserve is so big, you just use that. We just weren't making helium in other fashions because we have so much of it stored up. So what specifically we're running out of is the stored helium. Once we run out of that, we'll just go get more. Like, it's admittedly, I don't know a ton about it, but basically, once that's out, we'll just go get more. Like, we can just go get helium, kind of. Basically, helium reserve, additional sources of helium have not been explored because we had such a large stockpile of it, it just wasn't necessary. Oh no. Oh no. We're okay. We're not okay. We're okay. We're okay. I don't know how we made it out of that alive. That was bad. Like, that was almost an extreme disaster. What are we caught on, game? We caught on a bumper? Guessing we're caught on the bumper. Wait, what if I... I don't think we're caught on fucking anything. I think the game is just shitting itself. Oh, we're caught on a whole ass street pole, right? I figured it out. I did it. Whoops. Well, I guess I need to, if I'm gonna take these trailers back, I kind of need to take both of them, so... SO get it. There's no point in taking one trailer back. I need both of them. Time to fuck off for work. Catch you later. Goodbye, Raven. Have fun at work. I know you won't, but you know. You could try. They can't make me. You're just stealing my jokes. There we go. I don't even know how much these trailers are worth. Probably enough. They're probably worth enough. I wish I could be carrying a load back with us, but it's not really how that's going to play out, unfortunately. I am glad that the fuck up with the trailer waited until I had already, you know, dropped off the fucking stuff. That's good. That looks like a shortcut right there. Something's kicking up a lot of sparks under that trailer. I don't really know what. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention again. We're good. Or the game could stutter real hard. That works too, I guess. The game is telling me I can pick up more logs over there, but last time we went to that log station, we just couldn't. So I don't really trust that. And there's log station back by the garage. That's just what we're doing. So Vickrell told me that Cody is really bad at this game. I haven't caught Cody playing Snowrunner in a while. Bored in a mountain raises cave. Hey, how's it going? Trucking and fucking. Yeah. It's been a while since I've heard that one. I really need to get that upgrade part down. I'll come back and get that here in a second, I think. No, it's a classic. It is a classic. Also, my trailers are doing stuff again. I'm ignoring them. They'll stop. There's two of them, right? Yeah. Trailers are getting kind of squirrely back there. Don't hit the light pole. It hit the pole. We're okay. We're okay, just don't stop. We'll probably just drop these off right here. Also, how's it going, Sand? Ah, good. I've made it to the destination and then fucked up. Nope, we're good. We're off the pole. I just need to get these stowed away. Drop them over here. And then when I come back to this map, I can do them again. Good. Now we're going to Maine. Alright, make sure there's nothing over here I need to go get. Alright, hand tracking, calm down. Got a lot of shit to do in Maine still. Oh god, there is a lot of shit still to do in Maine. Fuck. I suppose we can finish upgrading the garage, even though I don't really use the last bit I need. Yeah, that one, the garage slots. So what do I need to do for that anyways? Cleaning out the garage. Concrete blocks. If I remember correctly, I left concrete blocks over. Yeah, I left 2 concrete blocks here. An oversized cargo. Let's use the twin steer. Let me make sure I don't have any additional upgrades for it. I was told I should use different tires. Oh, I actually just have better tires. I didn't realize I'd just been using worse tires. Okay. Well then, damn, we'll do that. Winch, leave that. And all-wheel drive, yeah. Unless there's an engine upgrade, I think there is, and we don't have either of them. You know, I thought about putting a different bumper on, but this one's got that slide plate on it, which is kind of handy. Do I want the traditional stacks, or do I want the I have a small penis 9000s? Kind of like the stock ones. Alright, please tell me my bridge is still there, because if it's not, I'm going to be salty. It is good. Alright, let's go get our oversized cargo. And then we'll deal with the concrete blocks. I do have a mission to take a car from one side of the map to the other. And I really want to try out one of the, they added, whatchamacallit. They added beds, roll-on, roll-off beds, so you can load up cars properly, and I really want to try that. I haven't actually tried one of those yet, and this seems like a good excuse to do it. I think I can do it with the Tatra, which is handy, because it needs to go to some bullshit-ass fucking horrible place on the map. That'll be good. Ah, we're off to a good start. I drove off the bridge and fucked up part of my truck, as is tradition. Ah! Hi, Sierra. How's it going? Talk about trains. Let me think. I watched an interesting piece today, I think from CBS. I don't remember who. About there's a surge in railcar manufacturing in the US at the moment. Too much truck, need more train. Yeah, this is a lot of truck. This is a lot of truck. Yeah, so it's Siemens and another company are ramping up their train production in the US. And it's as a direct result of the... What was that jobs package Biden pushed out? I cannot remember the name of it. But the job package that Biden pushed out that it, was set to expand Amtrak and provide funding for more public transit like that. None of that's going to the manufacturers, but as a result of it, there's going to be an increased demand for engines and cars. So Siemens and another company whose name I've forgotten are actually ramping up production, and Siemens is opening a new production facility in North Carolina. That's kind of cool, but also, can we make Amtrak not suck? We can, but the Republicans don't want to. I was in someone else's Discord the other day, and that someone knows who they are. I'm just not saying it just because I don't like blasting. I was in so-and-so's Discord. No, I was in a Discord, and someone asked me about that because someone had mentioned they wanted to travel around the U.S. by train, which you can do, and you can see a lot of really cool stuff. But Amtrak is really tied up in politics. It's tied up under two things. One, politicians who hate public transit, of which we have a lot in the U.S., and they don't like Amtrak because Amtrak is transit. Two, the Class 1 railroads, despite there being regulations to stop them from deliberately fucking over Amtrak, there's no enforcement on that. There's no funds for enforcement on that, so they just perpetually dick over Amtrak. Because Amtrak doesn't own most of the lines it runs on. Amtrak runs on Class 1 railroads track for the most part, gaslight them. So for the most part, what ends up happening is the Class 1 railroads ignore all of their obligations and legal responsibilities towards Amtrak, and then nothing happens to them. Because they don't like Amtrak. Amtrak, the only reason they run Amtrak is because they have to. But they hate Amtrak because it gets in the way of them running freight trains. I actually didn't know that. Shit's fun. No, like, I remember, like I said in someone's Discord, they were like, tell us about why trains are bad in the US. And I'm like, I can't without getting really political. Because it's all politics. It is an entirely political issue. Amtrak only exists because the federal government decided so the Class 1 railroads at one point decided that they no longer wanted to provide passenger rail. Once competition kicked up with airlines, passenger rail just folded. They just gave up immediately. Unlike in Europe, where they decided to try to make themselves competitive, a la what France did with the TGV. So they just caved, and we're going to stop providing passenger rail altogether. The problem is there's parts of the U.S. that you can only get to via either a 10-plus hour drive or Amtrak. So it's it's pretty much a required service. So the federal government made Amtrak, which basically took up all of, took up all the passenger rail service into a government entity. So that way we could still have it. Because if Amtrak hadn't come around as a federal entity, we just wouldn't have long-range passenger rail. But because it's a federal entity, that means it's subject to all of the bullshit that comes with being part of the federal government. And by bullshit, I mean Republicans. Tiny doesn't like conservatives. You're gonna know. If you don't know this, you're gonna learn real fast. But basically, they don't like Amtrak because, I don't know, it doesn't make them money. I didn't know Amtrak was federal. Yeah, Amtrak is federal. There's a couple of policies that Republicans really want to force on Amtrak that is really hampering it. And chief amongst is they want Amtrak to be profitable. They want Amtrak to turn a profit. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh, well, why is that a bad thing? Because it's a service. It's a public service. It's not a fucking business. Like, public transit does not need to turn a profit. Public transit exists to provide a necessary service for the betterment of your citizens. If you're trying to turn a profit on them, then that means you're not providing them a service. So Amtrak does not need to turn a profit. It needs to provide an effective service and means of transportation. Because the thing is Amtrak's tickets are expensive, right? The reason Amtrak has expensive tickets is because Amtrak has to subsidize itself. Was the train in the train accident in East Palestine an Amtrak train? No, that was a Norfolk Southern. That was a Norfolk Southern freight train, and that was. I am trying to condense what is effectively hours of talking points down for y'all. From what I've learned, the car and gas companies don't like trains, so they actively lobby against trains. That's another thing. Automobile manufacturers and airlines hate trains because it's competition. So they actively lobby for trains to not be a thing. Trucking companies do as well. The problem is, part of the we'll get to that. I'm talking about Amtrak. That's not necessarily an Amtrak issue. It's partially an Amtrak issue though. So where was I on the Amtrak thing? I don't remember. Can you not break your tires? What was I talking about with Amtrak? Federalized Amtrak. Oh, yeah, Republicans want it to be profitable, but it doesn't need to be. It's a service. Yeah. Like, think about it this way. Does your local water utility have to be profitable? No, they just need to mostly pay for themselves. Because they're not, it's not a more for-profit business, it's a utility. It's providing a required service. That being said, I kind of doubt I need to overly try to convince anyone here of why Amtrak doesn't need to be profitable. So part of the reason Amtrak's expensive, I've gotten back on track, I know what I was talking about. Amtrak has to self-subsidize because it has issues with governmental funding, because as we all know, conservatives have this hate boner for governmental funding, even though they are one of the chief reasons for the national debt is because of conservative policies. And by the chief reasons, I mean they are the reason. Reaganomics is why we have a deficit. Trickle-down economics is why we have a national deficit. If we just taxed rich people properly, we could have whatever goddamn programs we wanted and we wouldn't run a deficit. But that's not what we're talking about at the moment. So Amtrak doesn't get a shitload of funding, but the problem is Amtrak has routes that if they didn't service, then that means there would be no outside transit connections for these communities. I could not give you a specific example, but basically small towns out in the middle of nowhere, specifically in the Midwest, often the only ways in and out of the town are a multi-hour car drive or Amtrak. That's it. Those are your choices. And in order to keep those tickets affordable, other tickets around the system have to be really expensive. I want my bullet train that goes up along the Pacific Coast Highway. It's supposed to go from Washington to the bottom of California, basically the whole Pacific Coast. They're still working on that. There is progress being made on that. They promised it and then they got balked by big companies from making it. Actually, here's another fun thing. So rail projects get unfairly scrutinized because California high speed is still a thing. California high speed rail is still a thing, it's still going in. But people are upsetty spaghetti because it's gone slightly over budget. But no one gives a fuck when your fucking, interstate project goes over budget. There's not a highway project in the US that's met its goddamn budget in the history of the fucking country. But it's not a problem. That's not a problem. It's not a problem when highway projects don't meet their budget. But it suddenly fucking matters when a rail cut thing does it. No, it still doesn't matter. It's the government. Like, it doesn't matter that if their projects go over budget. It just fucking doesn't. People think it does. It just fucking doesn't. They're not a business. It doesn't matter. They'll come up with the money. But there's this a lot of anti-passenger rail in the US. There's anti-passenger rail sentiment, there's anti-passenger rail PR campaigns, anti-passenger rail lobbying. So it's a huge uphill battle to get it in the US, even though I'm gonna let you guys in on a fucking secret. Just lean in close. Tiny's gonna reveal something to you. The future is trains. It always has been, and it always will be. Trains, and I'm not just saying this because I like trains, trains are the most efficient form of transit that humanity has ever devised. I've had people be like, but trains are so outdated. They haven't changed much in the last 100 years. Do you know why? Because they're that fucking good. Lots of train talk. Definitely got my points value from it. Yeah. Well, I also remember that you had, like, it, there's I think you and someone else didn't know much about Amtrak. Makes sense. Japan used this system for a reason. The thing is like people like the Shinkansen went wildly over budget. When the Shinkansen was being made, it was wildly unpopular. Loads. It was one of those projects where you had, you know, throngs and throngs and throngs and tons of politicians who were vehemently opposed to it. And it went wildly over budget, and everyone thought it was this massive boondoggle and that they were going to lose their ass as a country. But Japan, you know, the people who were running the project stuck to their guns. They didn't compromise, and they did the project properly. They bought enough trains to run a tight schedule. They built the lines so that they wouldn't have delays. And then within a year, it had broken even. Like, it's insane. There's a reason why you see 53-foot trailers, just place them on the trains rather than driven by a truck. In, I think it's Sweden. Sweden has it's either Sweden or Finland. Oh no! That fell on the ground. They have high-speed freight rail. We could have high-speed freight rail. Think about that. Think about that. I don't know why Amazon doesn't build its own goddamn rail lines between warehouses and just have locomotives just fucking out there sending it 150 miles an hour between warehouses. Think about the fucking how effective those logistics would be. But no, you're entirely right. Like, semi-trucks are a cancer. I'm going to pull up the statistics for y'all, and I'm going to pull it up so y'all can, like, so you can see the exact number. So we are on the Government Accountability Office website. About 22% of all loaded tractor trailers exceed state weight limits. Blah, blah, blah. This is not what we're looking at. We're scootling on down here. In addition, as truck axle weights increase, pavement damage increases at an even faster rate. For example, while a truck carrying 18,000 pounds is only 9 times heavier than a 2,000-pound automobile axle, it does 5,000 times more damage to a road surface. 5,000 times more damage. 5,000. Think about that. So, to break this down, what this means, it means that our tax dollars go to subsidize trucking because they do so much damage to road surfaces and they don't pay an equivalent tax to that. They're not paying 5,000 times the vehicle tax to go towards road maintenance that you are. They're not. Which means that is subsidized by our taxes. We just go take truck, place on train, problem solved. That's what intermodal containers are. Like, it's just, we've solved that. Intermodal containers exist. I definitely believe it's seeing the damage to the roads outside the facility. Yeah, they do an insane amount of damage. And it's the taxpayer that foots the bill for that. So if you want to say, like, okay, let's go back to budget stuff. Something okay. The number one thing that the US could do to save tax dollars, ignoring taxing the rich and all that shit, to save tax dollars, the best thing we could do is force rail use. Here, almost every big factory has their own train track for transport. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Several European countries require by law that every warehouse and factory has a rail connection. By law, they have to. Because they're federally owned railroads. That we don't... I'm sidetracking. I will get back to that. Let me talk about the budget thing. Every factory had their own transport. One closed paper factory had its own power plant and logging water slide, and later a white track for getting logs to the factory. It almost didn't need any truck to run the factory, only trains and own log transport. That's the thing. Like, we used to run all factory logistics with trains. That's what we did. That's just what we did. Like, you'd have small trains. You'd have what's called an industrial locomotive, which is a narrow gauge. Usually, like, instead of being, the big standard wide gauge, it'd be like, 3-foot gauge, something really narrow. And you'd have train cars, and you just kind of shove them around the factory with these little ditty locomotives. Similar to mining locomotives in terms of size. The US would save a shitload of money if we did a few things. One, stopped using paper currency. Swap to a synthetic, like swap to a plastic instead of cotton for our dollars. I think I read we'd save $6 billion a year if we did that. Which is a lot of money. I don't give a like, that is a shitload of money. Two, if we basically, fuck it, if we forced rail transit. If we made rail transit better, meant wire transport, sorry, spelled wrong. Oh, wire, yeah. No, like the overhead, I can't remember what they're called, but I know what you're talking about. We use them in the US for logging a lot. You'll have this massive tower with this thing that runs on a wire to haul logs up and down mountains. But my views are going to fluctuate wildly because I'm talking about politics, and that's okay. But if we swap to rail transit priority for heavy loads as opposed to road surfaces, we would save a shitload of money on road maintenance. Same if we managed to put passengers into mass transit vehicles, especially rail. Because if you look at a lot of local budgets, the biggest line item is almost always road maintenance. And in big cities and stuff, it is bankrupting them because it costs so much to maintain roads. Roads are the only piece of infrastructure that exists that is just self-destructive. Nothing else tears itself apart like a road does. Just the act of using a road destroys it. And they are insanely expensive to maintain. So, if we could move off of using, you know, expensive to maintain roads and shit, we would save a fuckload of money. Like, fuck defunding the military, or fuck cutting military budget. We need to cut road budgets, move it into other things, and then we will save a shitload of money as a country. And then we do the military budget. Also, because fixing the budgets around public infrastructure, not only would that be a good way to balance the budget, save money, and remove these things like fucking interstates and highways from sucking so much money out of, you know, coffers, it also results in a life improvement for the people in those areas. Quality of life would go up. So not only would we save money, but people would be happier and live better lives, because one of the most important factors for upward mobility in economics is access to reliable transit that doesn't cost you a fuck ton of money, because owning a car is outrageously expensive. If you've never looked into how much it costs to own a car, it is insanely expensive. It costs so much to own and maintain a car. And having to have a car is a huge detriment towards upward mobility economically. So if you can have access to public transit that can actually fucking get you to somewhere in a reasonable time frame, you'll save a shitload of money, and that helps with the economic inequality we have. So much can be improved if we would just improve transit for people. And it's so frustrating. And also, we have, in the US, we have, you know, you guys have to understand, like, how much transit knowledge I have partaken in the last 10 years. Transit is such a fundamental part of society that the fact that we neglect it in the US is insane. So, does everyone here know what a food desert is? And if not, I'll explain it. A food desert is an area where you do not have ready access to fresh food, i.e. a grocery store specifically. You either have to go to a restaurant, or you have to travel an excessive distance to get food. And these are called food deserts, and they are not uncommon in the US. I could think of several. Within, you know, I don't know, like, with, you know, around the metro Atlanta area, I can think of several. Hold on, I'm gonna go cough real quick. I'm back from coughing.
Remove the visor.
Fine. You fuckers. Sure. No. So, let me hear. I need visual aids. I need visual. This is where we're going. I need visual aids. Let's do Austin, Texas is really bad from Ricardo. Let's look at Austin. I want to do I want to pull up a visual aid that I haven't seen before, because I'll be able to point at stuff. It'll be interesting. I'm looking at Austin, Texas, right? Go to satellite. I'm gonna zoom in. So, right in the heart right there, there's a lot of green space. Ah. What is that? So when you zoom around cities, and Austin is, oh, perfect example. There you go. So if you look at this space right here, right? Dakota, thank you for the monies.
Thank you. 3.
Fuck. Thank you for the dollary dues. So if you look over here, right? So you can see the Home Depot, right? This is a great example. Look at the size of this store, and then look at the size of its fucking parking lot. Now, admittedly, this is a Home Depot, so there's a lot of other shit in here. You know, they've got product out in the parking lot because it's a Home Depot. That's how they do that. But you look at these stores, and you look at the parking lot space around it. All of this is all dead space. None of this parking lot is generating any money. This is all just sucking up. This is all just taking maintenance cost. All of this is just negative income. Because you have to have spaces for cars to park. Same with these streets. Look at the size of this fucking interchange. It's massive. You could put shit here. Like, look, this street definitely used to go across here and now doesn't. This is all wasted space. All of this is doing is costing money. Same over here. Massive parking lot. This doesn't make any money. Doesn't generate taxes. None of that shit. Over here. This fucking interchange. Once again, all this does is cost money. I just realized your model is Skullcat. It's actually a Papagen. But I textured it to have a skull pattern on the face because, you know. Over here. This is a community college. Okay, yeah, so you've got a college right here. Look at all this fucking parking. The colors, I mean. Yeah. I'm glad you noticed. You look at all this space right here. This is all parking. This could be apartments. This could be housing. This could be a business. Instead, it's some shit fuck asphalt for you to put your car in. The face and the fingers? Yeah. Over here, here's another good one. Look, what is this servicing? This building and a fucking Denny's and a that's a weird shaped building. All of this, it's probably for this. You've got this little sports parks. You've got this massive fuck off thing of concrete doing nothing but taking money. I like that we're trying to compromise with making these massive parking lots solar farms instead of just fucking fixing the fundamental problem. Yeah. Does the tail also have a bone tip? It does not. I think it's white though. Yeah, let's see over here. Academy Sports. You've got Academy Sports. The parking lot's bigger than the fucking store. Walmart. Parking lot's bigger than the fucking store. All of this is wasted space. You could have houses here. Because there's a housing crisis in the US going on. If you didn't know that, there's a housing crisis in the US going on right now. This could be apartments. You could think about how many fucking people could live in this space. You could have mixed development here. You could have the Walmart. You could have an apartment complex. You could have restaurants and shit if it wasn't a cock-sucking parking lot. Is there a football stadium in Austin? There's gotta be. Yeah, here you go. Q2 Stadium. Wow, look at all that. That's actually not a lot of parking. That is surprising. Once again, this is just parking. warehouses are bad too. Is this a warehouse district? No, I need to find a warehouse district. That shit's usually on the south side. Boom. Warehouses. Do you see how much of this is just for trucks? Like, so much of this space is just trucks. It's so a truck can maneuver. That's the only goddamn reason this space is that big. That would actually be horrible to back trucks in. That would suck miserably. So this could be, you know, like, once again, you could shorten that up. You could have trees. You could have, I don't know, another business, more warehouse. Instead, you have a big empty space you have to pay to maintain because trucks are wildly inefficient at maneuvering in space. Oh, hey, that narrow one is like my old building. Let's go to Atlanta because there's so many warehouses around Atlanta. Like, check this out. So this is the airport, right? Hartsfield-Jackson. So you go over here, and there is just a sea of warehouses. Look at these warehouses. Look at all of these fucking warehouses. Look at all of these and look, this one has a rail connection. Oh, that's ballin'. Who is this? Who you? Whirlpool. It's Whirlpool, of course it is. Look, Georgia Pacific's right here. Do they have a rail connection? No. Georgia Pacific's a chemical company. They absolutely should have a rail connection. You've got a rail connection. What are you? Kin's Foods. Yeah, fair. Where does this rail connection go? Let's find out. It runs over here to Nestle's distribution center. Makes sense. Big distribution center. Look at how much less space you have taken up over here for the fucking... Look, this is what a train takes up. Do you see how much space this goddamn track takes up? That's all you need for a train. And then over here, you've got this. You put one train in there, it's going to hold more than this shit will. Car accidents, insurance, gas companies. Hi, Neko. Hey, worm them. Sorry. And this other one, where does this go? Where are you going? You just go into there and then you stop. I bet Osborne Hesse Logistics. No, they've got a track running in there. Yeah, so it dead ends there, and it used to run across here. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Let's go in here. It's past Hartsfield-Jackson. Hold on. Hold on. There is a... No, not Thumbs Up Diner. I've been to by the Foundry. Oh, that's where Freeman is. I never knew where Freeman was. I always saw them. Junction. There we go. So you got this fucking rail yard, right? You got this fucking rail yard, right? Massive fuck off rail yard. Jesus, this is a big rail yard. I remember correctly, this is a new Amazon warehouse. If I remember correctly, because this used to be a rail yard right here. And if I remember correctly, this is now going to be an Amazon warehouse. Where's the rail connection, Amazon? Where's the rail connection? Read up, Tiny. Oh, wait. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, I made this up. I've been saying this problem for years. No one gets me when I tell them cars are root so many problems. Yeah, electric vehicles are stupid. You know why? Because they're not trained. It was notoriously difficult for the trucks to maneuver. Yeah, because they're super hard to maneuver. And I know, you know what? I was going to ask you a question, but I realized that it might, if I'm correct, then it's a bad question because it might out you on some way. But you know, there is that logistics company, because there's, you know, some of the logistics company even use like tandem trailers, and you just can't reverse those. Like, those are horrible. Car accidents, insurance, gas consumption, etc. Yeah. Look at the trains. Yeah, we'll look at the trains. Look at all these intermodals. Okay, actually, here, Sierra, you'll like this. Do you see these right here? These cars? These are for putting semi-truck trailers on. That's what that's for. The fifth wheel is right there, is your fifth wheel hookup, and then the wheels sit there. So that's what this is. These are, you literally roll a semi-truck trailer onto these. Same with this. This is the same deal. You see the little fifth wheel attachment? Look at the size of this, of Inman Yard. Inman Yard is huge, and they made it smaller because they got rid of this bit. Look at this fucking parking lot. Look at the parking lot for this goddamn warehouse. Just put a fucking train line in. But then you kind of get into another problem, which is Class 1 railroads are shit at moving freight. So a Class 1 railroad is the big railroads. Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern, CSX, insert the rest of them. I don't remember all their names right now. Those are Class 1 railroads. And they have adopted, there's some locomotives for you. They have adopted what's called precision scheduled railroading. Look how long this stretch of cars is. So these are these engines. So you come back here, look how long this is. This is a realistic length for a train, like all the way back to here. Look how long these are. Look how long this goddamn train is. They're measured in miles. And you're thinking, Tiny, what's the issue with that? Train be big, train be long. Let's chase this track for a bit. There's an issue with long trains, which is it's hard to build a network that fits them. So, what you end up with... Okay, so here's a good example. So this is more of a reasonably sized train. This is probably a local running probably from somewhere in South Georgia up to Atlanta or somewhere through there. But you see right here, here's a passing. Here's a siding, right? In order for trains to pass each other, you either need two tracks, which is what this is, or you need a siding. Because a lot of US rail is now single track because it's cheaper to maintain because there's less track to maintain. And railroads fucking hate maintenance. This is MARTA, if you're curious what this is. This is a MARTA line right here. Yeah, here's another siding. So you scoot down here on this siding, and then it ends because they probably don't use it anymore. But this siding is only this long. This is not long enough to fit those trains. So what ends up happening now is you can't have trains pass each other because so much of the lines are now single track. Which means if a train breaks down, nothing gets to go past it because it doesn't fit into a fucking siding. So it just has to sit there blocking the whole goddamn track. That's part of the problem with precision scheduled railroading. Hey, here's more rail yard. If you're curious, there's a shitload of trains in Atlanta. Like, there's hella rail yards in Atlanta. Like, I think this is an old rail shop. Like, that was a turntable. That was definitely a turntable, and that was definitely a roundhouse. Anyways, precision scheduled railroading is basically a cost-cutting measure to try to run less freight trains. And instead, what they used to do is they would run, you'd run multiple trains throughout the day. You run commodity trains. So you'd have one train that was just all one thing. The one of the most infamous ones was the juice train. Pulling up images. So there was a thing called the juice train. The Tropicana juice train. Tropicana owned its own fleet of rail cars. Actually, this should be, I believe I know who this is, video-wise. Is this Distant Signal? Yeah.
To track every case, every carton of orange juice, to make sure it gets to the right customer. It's a 19 years ago draw that's opened and closed. 844. Jacksonville in favor of the less maintenance-intensive AC. Terry keeps notching up the throttle, but it's a very slow acceleration. It's a very heavy train. Bob and Terry are taking cases.
So this is what they used to kind of run.
Its long journey from Tampa to Baldwin Yard west of Jacksonville. Trackage called the S-Line for predecessor Seaboard Airline.
So they used to run these unit trains. I never stopped being an interesting intellectual. Well, joke's on you. Yeah. I was gonna make a joke about me being dumb, but you know. So they used to run these commodity trains, and they still do to some extent. But nowadays, instead of running just the juice train, that would get put onto another train.
It's only
so they'd only have to run one train and one crew, because the idea is the less people you have to pay and the less engines you have to maintain, the more money you make. There's a problem with that, though, which is that's actually a fucking horrible way to get stuff from point A to point B, because it means it's really slow and inefficient.
Few minutes until we hit the next.
Also, I really like Distant Signal, partially because his voice sounds like he was a
major point on the S line.
This dude just could have been in a, like a, this dude could have worked for Discovery Channel, like on one, like, you know, something like How It's Made.
Richland, but railroaders and rail fans alike call it by the timetable name, Vitus. This is the junction of CSX's S line to Tampa and a branch of its A line to Lakeland. Line was removed. Connections were built at Zephyr Hills and Owensboro. And so for 16 miles, the S line actually swings on to the more favorable AR line of the former ACL.
See, here you've got some stuff mixed in, but this is not the Deuce train. So that was, if you're curious, you have boxcars, followed by two tankers, followed by a boxcar, followed by two hopper cars. So this is like grain hoppers.
As we find it's a typical Sunday at Vitus. That's well-known rail photographer Fred Clark Jr. down there on the left.
They still use these engines. I've gotten so sidetracked from video games.
Orange color makes the Juice Train a favorite subject of train buffs up and down the CSX.
This train gets a lot of attention. I would say it's one of the most talked about, one of the most high profile, one of the most photographed trains.
You got any other things I can use as an example? Oh yeah, so Brightline's the thing. Oh, he got to ride on Brightline? That's so cool. Brightline is actually something I want to talk about. But yeah, so Class 1 railroads have, TLDR, Class 1 railroads have swapped to precision scheduled railroading to cut costs by using less engines and less crews. This causes problems because it means they're running fewer trains, which means it takes longer for goods to get delivered because the trains spend more time in the yard being put together, and when they have a major malfunction, they spend more time stuck out on the line. Also, because they're doing precision scheduled railroading, the Class 1 railroads no longer like serving branch lines, i.e., does this guy have an example of a branch line? Because that would make my life so easier. Like, I know he does. I just gotta find it. Oh, that's a good one. That's a cool one. So a branch line is a small line. It's like the line that services warehouses and stuff. So if we were to go back to, I closed out of the thing. Go back to Google Maps. We'll go back to Google Maps, right? And let's go to Tucker, actually, because I think Tucker's got a branch line. Tucker's out this way somewhere. Where's Tucker? It's Tucker, I think is... There's Tucker. I can't remember where Tucker is suddenly. I've never looked up Tucker on a maps. There's Tucker. Where's the warehouses? There's warehouses around Tucker. So a branch line would be like this. So you see you got this rail line here. If this broke off into an area that just serviced this warehouse district, that would be considered a branch line. So basically a small line that doesn't go anywhere but just serves a local area is a branch line, as opposed to, you know, I love this line. Like, this is a high tension power line, and I love looking at it because it's just through the landscape. Yeah, so main line being big train go between multiple cities, branch line services small region. So the big ones don't like doing branch lines anymore. Class 1s don't do branch lines anymore because it's not profitable. You can't do precision scheduled railroading, which means you have a lot of areas where they no longer have the option to get warehouse rail service. So they don't have an option. Like, even if they had a rail connection, the rail company has to be willing to service it. They have to be willing to take cars and drop them off. And the big Class 1s aren't willing to do that anymore. So there's a lot of stuff to note about Class 1 railroads and how they're currently super fucked. Another thing about the precision scheduled railroading is it emphasizes skimping on safety to prioritize efficiency. The accident in East Palestine is a great example of them skimping on safety for efficiency. That is literally a result of neglected safety because they don't prioritize safety on some of these railroads anymore. Used to be the #1 rule at a lot of these railroads was safety was #1. That has gone out the window at most of them. That's no longer a priority at a lot of these Class 1 railroads. It's just butch as shit. They also treat their employees like dog shit. But we do have in the US some interesting new projects like Brightline. You may have not heard of Brightline.
Inside downtown Miami, it was right next to a transit bus.
So Brightline is a new private rail line in Florida.
Rolling south again in short order. A look out the coach window.
Castor, I think, is actually ridden on Brightline because Castor is in that area. Yeah, fare starting at $10 with 2 days advance purchase. That's not bad. What's the schedule we got here? We got, looks like an hour between trains. That kind of sucks ass. An hour between trains is super long. Do you know what the timetable is in Japan for Shinkansen? Shinkansen runs a 15-minute fucking time interval. There's metros in the US that don't even run a 15 fucking minute in between trains. But you can get on a high-speed rail in Japan that's got a 15-minute between trains. And do you know why it's 15 minutes between trains for the Shinkansen? Because there's a very, very, very specific reason why the Shinkansen runs at 15-minute intervals. And it's because that is as close as they can run them together and maintain a safe distance between engines. If they ran at a shorter interval, the trains would be too close together, physically, on the lines for it to be safe. Like that would start infringing on the safety margins of if the train has an emergency and they have to come to a stop. But that's why they run 15-minute intervals. It's because they cannot physically run them closer together. So an hour, you know what? It's better than Amtrak by a lot, and it still sucks ass. Yeah, so Brightline is a air quotes privately owned, but it's not Amtrak. It's not part of Amtrak. And they are working on a Brightline in another part of the country. I don't remember where. I've actually taken Amtrak places. It's extremely comfortable. Like on short haul trips, if you're just going on a day, like going up somewhere, you're just gonna take like a day, less than a day to get there.
Because this signal governs the track right next to it. Didn't have the traditional signal. This Hold
on, sorry. He's talking about signaling, and I want to hear what he was going to say about it because it sounds interesting.
I noticed on this dwarf signal this elbow appliance. Was this a doll arm? If so, it didn't have the traditional doll arm meaning because this signal governs the track right next to it. The buzz around Brightline in May 2023 is all about the Orlando extension that peels off the FEC at Cocoa and runs west to Orlando International Airport. The track work and Orlando terminal are complete. All that's left is some testing and some permitting. There is some track construction still underway over on the FEC North-South Main Line. This is Palm Bay in Brevard County, just south of Melbourne. Palm Bay siding is being extended south and
they're also upgrading it from wooden sleepers to new concrete sleepers, which last a lot longer.
Across Palm Bay Bridge to create the new West Main. Like the rest of the project, it's all 136-pound rail on concrete ties. Searchlight signals are still in service here, but they're among the last, and they won't be here much longer. This one's giving a clear indication to northbound local 920.
So that's a regional rail locomotive. That is a branch line.
He's out of Fort Pierce and heading for Titan America Cement, just north of Melbourne.
I like listening to this guy's Railfan videos because he tells you what the train is and where it's going, and I love that.
This team goes to work. They're making a weld on the main rail. This is the age-old thermite welding process, and it's the most applied.
Were y'all aware that rails today are traditionally not bolted together anymore? They're welded together, and they use fucking thermite, and I love that. It's so cool.
Method worldwide to join long rails into a continuous track. Thermite welding is portable, and there is no arc welding involved, and so you don't need electric power. While I don't fully understand how it's done, I do know it involves heating up a mixture of pure aluminum dust and oxidized iron. It creates an intense heat and chemical reaction that fuses the steel rails together. The thermite weld is most recognizable by the chimney-looking crucible that sits on the top of the assembly and houses that final fire. One of the more impressive track features on Brightline
looks fun to weld that way.
High-speed turnouts. At Cocoa, the Orlando leg turns out of the FEC main on a number 24 switch. At 250 feet from end to end, it'll clear diverging trains at 50 miles an hour.
Woo! Okay, so here's what he's talking about. The length of this switch. Back up a little bit. So the switch starts here and it ends back there, where the two tracks go back to being normal and straight. Now, the speed you go through a switch is dictated by the length of the switch and how gradual it is. It's just like a car. You can go faster through a more gradual turn than a sharper one. Preventing people from learning how to make thermite. You can just Google it. It's not hard. Yeah, so basically, this is a really long fucking switch, so the train can take it without slowing down below, as you said, 50 miles an hour.
Orlando leg turns out of the FEC main on a number 24 switch. At 250 feet from end to end, it'll clear diverging trains at 50 miles an hour and trains on the straight route at 80 miles an hour.
Ooh, yeah, that's cooking.
Up and under State Road 528.
Because trains have to slow down to go through switches.
You can see that the tunnel was built for 2 tracks, though there will only be 1 at the beginning of this service.
I think he lives in Orlando, so there's always a possibility.
I wound up the trip in Fort Lauderdale.
He could do
Here,
voice
just
work.
2 blocks north of the New River.
Oh, so you see that? There's something interesting. You see that little wonk right there on that? When you go over bridges and trestles, traditionally you'll have some form of inlaid piece of track, so that way if the train derails, it cannot fall off the bridge.
The signal for the drawbridge goes green just before a southbounder arrives at Fort Lauderdale Station. And apparently scheduled this way, a northbounder arrives about 90 seconds later.
That makes sense, so they can have the bridge timed for both trains, because the bridge will probably be up standard and then go down for trains to pass. Now, if this was Europe, the bridge would be down standard and it would go up for boats to pass, so trains could just fucking send it. High-speed rail. Okay, high-speed rail in the U.S. is significantly slower than high-speed rail in Europe, by the way. Just if anyone's wondering. The top speeds they hit in the U.S. are nowhere near as fast as they are in Europe.
The crossing. Hello to you too, Brightline engineer.
Worth noting, these trains have disc brakes like a car. High-speed rail has that. Instead of having an additional clamp brake that's, slams onto the wheel, you have a fucking disc brake on a rotor. It's very fancy.
It was lunchtime now, and I was in luck with several good eating spots right here on 2nd Avenue. I picked Bandolero's 5 on the straight route. It's 575 feet long and has something like 5 switch motors to line the thing. It's massive. I hope to see that soon. For documentation.
Yeah. So there's stuff happening in the world of passenger rail in the U.S. It's mainly happening in the private sector. Have y'all seen the proposed Amtrak map? Let me show y'all another thing. So, I need to find 2 maps for you real quick. So I got 2 maps for you. One, this is Amtrak as it stands right now. This is not all the rail in the US, this is Amtrak. So you can see, so up here is going to be the Empire Builder, running from Chicago out to Seattle. I don't know what these are called, I just know this one's the Empire Builder. And you'll notice there's some weird things in here. Hey, Vickrell, they got me talking about trains. I don't think I've played the game in 40 minutes. Lol. So you'll see down here, control zoom, sorry. So you go down here, like, you've got these little stops here, like this Gainesville. A lot of this stuff, like, out here, I guarantee you. Oh no, that's Texarkana. That's a relatively big place. But you get out some here, like this place. I guarantee you, they actually have a municipal airport. That's neat. But I guarantee you, the only real way to get out of this goddamn city is either a car or the train. And especially when you get out here, like La Junta. Yeah, they ain't an airport out here. So if you want to get out here, your ass is getting on the train. Hey, Zushi, how's it going? So this is as it stands. And here's a point of annoyance for me. So you go to Georgia, right? You'll notice you can't go from anywhere in this part of Georgia to this part of Georgia. Savannah, Atlanta, and Macon are the 3 major cities in Georgia. You can't get between them. And this right here, this right here is Jessup. And Jessup is a shithole. I've been through Jessup. It is a shithole. They have an Amshack. They don't even have an Amtrak station. They have a shack. They have a fucking trailer. They have a fucking trailer you wait in. I've seen it. But so, like, if you look right here, this entire area is not serviced. You go over here. This entire area is not serviced. Wyoming doesn't have a goddamn Amtrak in it, neither does South Dakota. This whole area is unserviced. That doesn't mean there's not train lines there. There absolutely is. Also, we're noting there was a merger this year to make a new Class 1 railroad that runs from Canada into Mexico, which is just kind of interesting. Hey, we're talking about trains, So now one of the most requested routes in Georgia is from Atlanta to Athens, because that's where the Georgia Bulldogs are. And also a lot of people commute from Athens to Atlanta, which is about an hour plus commute. And so people want them to put in a commuter rail from here to here because they'd fucking use it. How long have we been talking about trains? Probably almost an hour. I think I spent 30 minutes playing video game and then trains. In CT, we finally got a fast train, mainly because they couldn't afford the high-speed line. Yeah, so the high-speed rail in the US is along this line right here. This is your high-speed rail in the US. Running from DC. Fucking, this is where I reveal that I don't know where DC is on a map, because I just don't. There it is. Running from DC up through Boston, I believe, which is fucking somewhere. Boston, there it is. I don't live up here, all right? Leave me alone. Boston. God, look at the Boston area. It's huge. Yeah, so this is your high-speed line of Amtrak in the U.S. Fucking Washington to Boston. This is about the only track that Amtrak owns. We need bullet trains, please. Points well spent. Another line Amtrak owns is out here. Right here, this section. Amtrak owns this. And it runs along the beach. Like, it runs along the beach. And it's super pretty, but you cannot build a high-speed line along here because it's not straight enough. So they're building a new line, which I believe is this one. No, it's not that one. I'll show it to you. I'll show you the California high-speed rail in a bit. This is the proposed. This is what the Biden's infrastructure plan was proposing. Look at this expansion to the line. So once again, let me zoom out so we can all see. We've got this. Everything in light blue is new and proposed. I want to put a high-speed rail for CT for commuter speeds over 250. No, that'd be sweet. Could get a rail from where I'm at now. Like, think about this. Like Nashville, Chattanooga, Atlanta, Macon, Savannah. Atlanta to Montgomery. Like, that's primo right there. That's some big fucking cities that would now be connected that just aren't. Louisville isn't connected at all right now. Like, a lot of these places would get connected and it would be fucking dope. The best part is there's track that runs this. There's already track between this. They wouldn't have to build shit. They just have to put a goddamn train on it. Mobile to Jacksonville. So, dotted line is service suspended, so they wouldn't run from Mobile to Jacksonville anymore. That probably makes sense. New services is blue. Enhanced services is orange, which I'm guessing means either additional rail or faster. My town wants to put an interturban on the ancient interturban lines. You saying ask? It was. Do you mean what would pay for this, or that would pay for this? Because if you're asking what would pay for this, the answer is money. It's taxpayer money. Like, hold on, we're gonna use taxpayer dollars to pay for taxpayer services. Now that just doesn't make sense. That seems like communism. Can't have that. I would pay for this. I would love for my tax dollars to go to this. Actually, they technically are. Because some of this is going into effect. Like, look, Cheyenne is not connected to Amtrak. Cheyenne of all fucking places. Jesus. Colorado Springs, Denver. Probably getting those connected. That'd be good. Like, all of that would be great. Connecting Oklahoma City to Wichita. Dude, look at this. Look at this connection right here. Appreciate how good this connection is. If you gone on Oklahoma City, if you got on Amtrak there and you wanted to go to Newton, you'd have to go bwop, 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 bwop. But now you can go whoop straight up. And then think, if you want to go to Kansas City, now you'd be doing this as opposed to this. Dallas, like, just as good. All of this is good. I just want trains because I hate planes. Me too. I sent a reference picture for what I was referencing. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Interurban. Interburbon. Whatever. Enclosed trolley that travel between towns. So, fun fact. There used to be more trolley lines in the... Okay. There was more trolley track in the U.S. in the early 1900s than there is commuter rail today. I blame Japan for giving me a love of trains. I mean... Yeah, dude. Have you seen what Japan's building? Train fares are so expensive, too. I wish they were more affordable in here in California. That's the subsidizing thing I was talking about. So, the most profitable part, or the part of Amtrak that generates the most revenue, because none of it's profitable, is this stretch right here between Washington and Boston. That is high-speed commuter. The problem is you have, like, this doesn't make any fucking money. 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 This is your second highest revenue. So what you're running into is these areas of revenue have to subsidize the rest of this. And that's why tickets are priced the way they are. You spent a month there and you only took trains? Yeah, because trains in Japan are sick and they go places. I like flying, but trains are great. Yeah. It's the same price as a plane here. Might as well take the plane and get there faster. But if we had high-speed rail and then the trains... Because that's one thing about trains is you don't spend as much... When you fly, you spend most of your time on the ground waiting to get on and off the plane. When you run by train, you spend most of your time on the train. So the economics of it is basically, if you get on train that go fast, you can have a shorter transit time than an airplane. Which, let me pull up something. Because I know where there's a graph.
But just months before opening in 1981, French railway engineers would do what they did best. In just the first 3 years, the Shinkansen moved more than 100 million passengers, and two cities located nearly 500 kilometers apart
I think this is the graph.
seemingly pulled closer together. But as the world looked on in admiration, railway engineers in France were dismayed. The French were...
I'm lucky I live somewhere where I can take an express train into both the heart of New York City and Boston. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet.
No strangers to getting their trains to go fast.
I know it's really dumb. I know they can make trains faster and fares cheaper. We're just being cockblocked by car and gas companies. Yeah.
Putting themselves at the forefront of railway technology. In areas of acceleration, braking, and electric pickup at high speeds, They were world leaders, but none of that seemed to matter, because the top brass... In the preceding years, French domestic air travel had exploded in popularity, a trend that was only expected to continue. But the irony was that an ever-increasing share of the time flying to a destination was actually spent on the ground, stuck on congested roads or in crowded airports. Turns out, going faster didn't always mean saving time, and the SNCF could use that to their advantage. At distances of up to 1,000 kilometers,
I'll get to that now.
high-speed train scheduled to run frequently could go head-to-head with the airplane. And if it was made affordable, it could win back passengers. Within months, SNCF went on the offensive with a bold plan for...
If you are curious, by the way, hey, Demi, welcome back. On TGV record. I just want to see the part where the train passes by a camera. Because the TGV is so fucking fast. I think that's it? No, that's not it. The French are just like, no, we make the fastest trains. Now give me wine. Aren't some of the passenger trains that allow you to store your car on the train? Those are a thing, and they're wildly unsuccessful. I never left. I've had you on the other background while you geek about trains. Fair. Weep for America. We used to be train kings. We did. We had so much fucking passenger rail. So, to make the TGV go this fast, they had to redesign pantographs and how they work. The reason it kicks back and forth is because if it goes in a straight line down the cable, it'll wear through the pantograph. I can't wait. You have a furry friend. Oh, god damn it. Vickrel, why do you get to know cool people and I don't?
This video was made possible by curiosity. And while there was still plenty of room to get them to go even faster, 67.
There we go. Yeah, because they're adding a maglev in Japan. That's the route. Tom's... here.
2015年に有人での走行で出した 603km という速度が最高記録です。これは
Looks so unthreatening, and then it is there. About 1 kilometer every 8 seconds. It's nearly here, apparently. They've just told me it's nearly here, and I can't hear it.
It's fast as fuck. Yeah, watch.
Oh, I can see a light. I can see the train coming. I can see headlights. All right. How fast is 500 kilometers an hour?
Just for a fun fact for everyone, so the tunnel leaves the mountain back there, and then you have this. This is a suppressor. Like on a gun. Because when a train exits the tunnel, if you don't have a way to dissipate the shockwave it pushes in front of it, it creates a sonic boom.
I hope that came across on camera, because you hear nothing, and it looks so
Also, hey Puli, how's it going?
And it looks so unthreatening, and then it is there, and this wall of sound hits you. That's incredible. I don't have words. It's my job to have words for a moment like this, and I don't. All right.
All the noise it makes is the sound of the air going around the maglev. Yeah.
I'm going to get on it. We're going to ride at 500 kilometers an hour.
500 kilometers an hour. Yeah. That's a lot. Worth remembering that the French hold the speed record at 574.8 kilometers an hour 13 fucking years ago. Because France. Just fucking France. I love the Eurobeat in that video, yeah. I think this is the official video. That's what, 350-ish in freedom units? Something like that. What's ever seen a maglev in Japanese Shinkansen? Oh boy, howdy, I'm glad you asked. I'll explain it here in a second.
La zone est franchie. Et de monter le pantôme. Bien reçu, Lord. Attention.
400. That I want to see that passing shot. 400. God, that thing is scoot. I gotta go back and drag Sierra. I want to visit Japan. It sounds like fun. But I want to go tour railway museums in Japan because I am a fucking nerd. From what Akichi told me, it's mainly a commuter rail, but they'll have future sleeper and food carriages. Yeah, like it's going to be a commuter rail like Shinkansen. So the difference between a maglev and Shinkansen. Shinkansen is a traditional a train. It's on wheels. A maglev is not on wheels. I mean, it does have wheels, so it's not entirely true. I want to go to more museums. The biggest one I went to see was the beer museum in Sapporo. You see the camera helicopter struggling to keep up with the TGV, so they had to get a camera plane. Yeah, they had to have a plane because the helicopters can't keep up with this train, so they have to have an airplane chase it. And there's a video of it passing an airplane. Someone has made a faster train. France, hold my baguette. Hold my baguette. We shall show them who's fastest. No, France has a thing. Like they are hell-bent on having the fastest trains.
À l'attention de tous, après contrôle et validation.
Actually, that reminds me of another thing. But I thought the Shinkansen uses magnetic force for it to go that fast. No, it does not. Let me see. The Shinkansen is not a maglev. It is a traditional engine, or a traditional locomotive. It runs on wheels. Let me see if I can find a good diagram. I cannot. Back to mustard.
Realize that's
this is a Shinkansen. You have your wheels.
At some point, trains would hit a speed limit. The friction, vibration, and noise from conventional steel wheels would simply build.
Here's a good example. So maglev is that, and it levitates. And then that. France needs the fastest trains to keep its baguette distribution network up. Watch France makes a rocket-powered maglev. They've done that. France made rocket trains. We just kind of drive in desire here, I swear. Yeah. I have a video of me watching the Shinkansen arrive for me to board at. God, that sounds cool. I swear they had bullet trains using technology. No, that's the new thing. That's the new thing that's coming in. Leo, that's the new one.
And they don't work with existing infrastructure.
That's this new maglev. That's this goddamn thing.
Japan's massive bet on maglev technology starts with geography. The world's first intercity maglev line, being built by the Central Japan Railway Company, will connect the country's two largest cities. Significantly increases.
Here we go.
It's called SC maglev. The SC stands for superconducting. To levitate trains off their guideway, electromagnets are cooled to extreme temperatures in order to take advantage of a phenomenon called superconductivity, which significantly increases magnetic
China has
force.
a maglev, and it sieves money.
Interact with
it is not effective.
Embedded inside a guideway.
But it's also a novelty project that they have for
propel the train,
while
the other
prestige.
is for levitation and guidance. The second set of coils is unpowered. It means SC maglevs must first accelerate our wheels to 100 km/h before they can induce a magnetic field to levitate. But once up to speed, the trains are dynamically stable, requiring no active systems
Thank you
to
for
keep
that
them stable and
subscription.
centered.
5 months in a row.
Trains
Hot
are
damn.
also fully autonomous, controlled
Japan
not by
is
a
doing it
driver,
to use.
but
Yeah,
by the
no,
track,
Japan is doing
meaning
it for a
collisions
purpose.
are almost impossible. And with 3 separate braking systems, they can also stop faster than conventional trains. This is a train straight out of the future, and it'll be the most ambitious implementation of maglev technology.
Hey, Petrol, how's it going?
It actually makes sense to build.
What up? Welcome in.
For nearly 60 years, Japan has continued to develop their iconic bullet trains.
Are you a lemur,
Today,
perchance?
they're recognized
Oh my
as
God.
some of the
It's a
most
movie. I don't think it's a
advanced,
furry at all.
reliable, and efficient high-speed trains in the world, leading some to question whether the switch to maglev is less of a leap forward and more of a misstep. To start, SC maglev...
This is where he goes into talking about how everyone thought the Shinkansen was going to fail. I need to pull up a thing. Let's see. I'm looking for something. Where is this thing? If that's what I'm looking for. Not really furry. Adjustment at best.
Cylinders. Heads are turned as it drifts through Doncaster Station.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for, hold on, let me see if I can, because there's a, like, actual fucking... There's an actual fucking, like, uploaded version of this video. I gotta find it. Unfortunately, it's blasted behind all these fucking... You know what? Fuck it. We'll watch this.
Doncaster Station, and the test begins.
Are they actually purple or something close to blue?
First stage
What?
of the journey to York should be routine, but with the data analysts
A furrow blamed me for calling him a blue dog, but like...
for something special.
But
It's
blue
not
dogs are
long
so
before
generic.
eyes are on clocks.
I use a GPS to tell me how fast.
So, Tornado is a steam engine running in the UK, in Britain. And it runs on the main line. And in order to help keep their certification, they had to hit a certain mile an hour to be certified for that.
Or by counting the rail beats.
So they had to do a test run to be certified to run at 90 miles an hour as a steam engine.
Before long, York is in sight. The plan is for a quick splash and dash water stop. Word of the run is already out.
It's kind of a thing in my family. We're all big steam train lovers, so I kind of...
Plate for the next part of the run.
10 more minutes of water, Lindsay, please.
Morning, Dusk. How's it going? We're talking about trains. Don't have to be a furry to have a lemur mascot. I mean, I guess, yeah.
75 to Skelton. 83. Tollet and Thirsk, 90.
Yeah, I can't believe this dude's got this shit in 1440p. Wait a minute. Ah, it's the same
Doncaster
quality.
Station, and the test begins. Has run since the end of steam. On board the train, journalist Tony Streeter is writing up the story.
Also tiny. Baba Yaga game really interesting. Not so much Baba Yaga, but a nice world built around it. Okay, yeah.
But that's a sign, I guess. And there's more to come. As Tornado touches 90, it's been a phenomenal effort for the crew. Back in 2013, a sister engine of world record holder Mallard was allowed to go this fast, but no more. But as the lights of Durham come into view...
Yeah, we're gonna check this real quick, then we'll go back to video game. But I love this video, this little story.
A few miles from here, Tornado...
So we used to have steam engines and shit that ran faster passenger rail than we just run today, and it's kind of fucking pathetic. I mean, high-speed rail is obviously way faster now than it was when it was steam, but like, we used to have faster rail passenger in the US than we just do in general, and it's really depressing.
Perfect. Cup of tea for you then. Well done, chap. That was really superb, Tony. Well done. Thanks, mate. Fastest I've ever been on a steam engine.
It's the equivalent of a Formula One pit stop, albeit at a more measured pace. With the crew off the footplate, Hugh can give the fire a once-over.
How you looking for flights for Japan? Fuck yeah. I wish I could afford that kind of shit. I can't even afford to go ride on trains. They cost, I just don't have money.
Support crew members on the ground.
There's full videos of UP Big Boy out running cars on a highway, pulling a full load. Oh yeah, they're so cool. Y'all know about the Big Boy?
On Tornado's motion alone, there are 14 oiling.
Do I need to change to just chatting?
As the bearing's working, it's obviously using oil.
I promise we'll play Snowrunner again at some point.
To draw air in. So in order for it to draw air in, we've
need to change just chatting.
Bamboo cane through the middle. So then, as it's using oil, air's drawn in, replaces it. Therefore, don't get a vacuum. Therefore, it's actually using the oil.
Yeah, because now I'm going to talk about the Big Boy.
Having run 80 miles since York, another water tanker pumps thousands of gallons into Tornado's tender, ready for the next leg of the trip.
She was waggling a bit at around the 80 miles an hour mark, but she settled down and was good as gold. With some assistance from the gradients
I'm updating.
On the way back,
I'm updating it to just chatting.
That, magic 100 mile an hour is going to be in the bag. Yeah, Dave.
Graham will ride on the footplate.
There's a stretch here where they cook through a station at like 80 miles an hour, and it's crazy.
We're in a position to get calm, and we're not playing trains here.
Dave, remember, there's plenty of downhill out of here. It will just blow its head off otherwise.
Ah, yes, the Big Boy train. It's a cool train. Now you need to open D-Row Valley so this Train Talk is on Train Game.
100.
Yeah, but I'd rather play Snowrunner.
Into a new realm, everything has to be in their favour.
I've sent a message to the Network Rail Head of Operations North and just said, greens all the way, please.
Tornado's staccato exhaust beats reverberate.
And Fluff would love to join you on Snowrunner.
The crew are getting
I may do Snowrunner again Thursday. I have to figure, because I haven't decided on Thursday yet. Now that I've got distracted by this entirely.
Now everyone on board is watching a speedometer.
Hold on, while this is running, they pull up.
At more than a mile a minute, Durham is quickly reached.
Steam trains are so fucking cool. You gotta love them. Yeah, so we used to run higher speed steam engines as regular service than a lot of passengers run nowadays, and especially freight. Although high-speed freight's really more of a modern thing, and it's exclusively European.
It's a post-60s record, though not what they came for.
How far to Aycliffe? Oh, 5 miles.
And at the Aycliffe curves, there's a speed restriction for all trains. There's no choice but to slow down.
Ease her back. No, don't shut off, just ease her back a bit on here.
90, do you watch anime? Are you going to ask me if I've watched Space Trains? Because I absolutely have watched Space Trains. I watch anime some, but I don't watch it a lot anymore. A lot of it sucks now.
So the driver will be mindful of the 90 mile an hour over the voiding line at Darlington Station.
Graham joins the firemen in shoveling as they prepare for the next sprint. But
Demon Slayer has an arc on a train? Oh yeah, I remember that. You know what else also sucks? What?
They haven't got the green signal they were expecting.
Is that right?
Instead of going round Darlington Station, for some reason, they're being sent through it.
Station?
And that means slowing down again.
I hate vacuums. What?
A solitary member of staff.
Vacuums. Oh, God.
Surprise.
You could say you lost your train of thought. Yeah. Read up, Tiny. Oh, have you heard of Cabaneri of Iron Fortress? Yeah.
A mournful lament on Tornado's
It was good for the first, like, 4 episodes, and then it shat itself super hard because they forgot how to write all of their fucking characters midway through the goddamn show. Ridiculous.
Get past
The main character goes from, turns into, he degrades at one point because they want to have a character arc with him, and they fucked up, so they had to downgrade him to a whiny bitch midway through the fucking show so they could build him up to achieving something again, and then they forgot to finish the build-up. Limau Trooper, what do you think about the trains in that anime? Oh, they're super cool.
It's still a spectacular sight, but another temporary speed restriction follows just down the line at Thirsk. Now Tornado has to drop down to 50 miles per hour.
Oh, 50, like
they're
a
running out
peasant.
of track and time. It's all down to the final few miles before York.
Intrim looks so fun to be in with the flames and steam valves. They're so hot, too. Like, it is so hot in that cab. So the fire in a firebox of a steam engine is hot enough to melt steel. If you're curious, that's the temperatures that they achieve is insane. Back to work by, oh yeah, I've been looking at the game Void Train. It's shit. It is so bad, Mal. It is so bad. I've tried it. It has a demo. It's really boring. It's bad. It's bad. It is so fucking boring. I love the tender and the engine just rocking separate, just fucking blah, 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 blah.
To celebrate the
like, look at the
race to
fucking
smash
engine just
Delbert.
pitching.
A defining moment for
I tried Void
Tornado
Train. It's not
and the
much
crew.
fun from a train aspect. It's really boring. It's a survival game, so you spend more time gathering than you do anything else. It's one of those. Like, I played it, and you genuinely just spend all your time kind of swimming through the air next to the train, just picking up trash. It was not fun at all. And then the big boy, because we got talking about trains. Trains are just cool. Like, I know some people aren't into trains, but they're just fucking cool. It's Raft, but even more tedious and less fun. That's a good way to describe it, Dusk. It is Raft, but less tedious, but more tedious and less fun. Listen to that. Such a cool sound. I'll never forget riding in the cab of 4014. It was fucking hot as hell, but amazing. Oh, man. Why not have a Steam Tray persona? They just don't look that good as dragons. And also, I can't afford someone to draw it. The only person I can afford to draw stuff is Sierra, and I'm not gonna ask Sierra to try to draw Train Sona. That seems a bit wonk. Just, that's fucking sound. Because that's like, I has a Lego Train persona. Yeah, it's pretty cool too. What's your favorite Steam train? Oh god. That's a good question. A Garrett. Garretts are my favorite Steam trains, hands down. And I'll show you one. They're so cool. I'll show you a Garrett here in a second. So in Australia, every year they do a historic steam train race. So it's worth noting, this is a freight locomotive. Tiny's favorite train is a train wreck like this. Ugh. You fucking dick. Bruh. Bruh. So this is not a high-speed locomotive. This is a freight locomotive, so the drivers are really small, so it just doesn't go that fast. Micro drivers? I'll show you. So the drivers are the driven wheels. So fun fact about anatomy of a steam train. This is not an engine. This is a locomotive. This right here, that is the engine. That is what an engine is. This back here is the second engine. So this has two engines effectively. This is just a boiler, not an engine. So when you talk about the engine of a steam engine, it's that. That is the steam engine. It's just one of those little pedantic details. I love the Mercury Streamliner. Oh, dude, it's crazy looking. Like, look at this dude. Look at the size of this goddamn thing compared to this guy. Like, holy shit. There is a new video, though. And it's very exciting. TLDR on this one. This train stalled out on a hill. So the dispatch had 4014 that was coming up behind it hook up to help push it up a hill. Look at this dude. Like, those are small driving wheels. Look at this dude. I remember seeing this streamed on Twitch. Yeah. So what's happening right now is they're effectively changing gears. You see this? This is how you change gears on a steam engine. And I'm saying it that way because it's easier for you to understand. Basically, they're going from forward to reverse. Or they're going from reverse to forward right here. See that pitching up? Oh, no, that one they're going to reverse. So they're letting it coast backwards. Shifting it back towards center. So that bump, bump, bump sound is the water pumps right here. So he's going in to check the coupling. Mind you, it has passenger cars. Yeah, this has its own train behind it. So they've shifted back into forward, and I think they're about to shove. That high-pitched whining noise is these two things right here. Those are generators, electric generators. Since it's 4014, those weigh nothing for it. Oh, yeah, no. So you can tell it's putting a lot of effort in because the fireman's jacked up the fire super hot. So that's what that is. He's increased the fire to give it more power. And once it starts working, it'll start clearing out. An optimal fire ratio is the smoke is completely clear. So all this stuff shooting out is cylinder cocks. You open them when the steam engine comes to a stop. So when you start moving again, the steam pushes water out of the cylinders because water is not compressible. If you try to compress the cylinder with water in it, it'll hydraulic the cylinder and explode it. So just for my notes, for no reason in particular. Oh, right. I was going to show you a Garrett. Here, while this does, I'll pull up a cool video of a Garrett. What are some details that it should have? Just for my notes, no reason in particular. I will show you a Garrett once this goes by. So steam engines, when they're under load, make a different sound. So this engine is under load right now, which is why it sounds like that. So it has a different sound to the chuffing than it does normally. God, I love Power Chug. Yeah. Because here it is, it's just pulling its own train, and you can hear it, it's almost silent. Imagine this is the heartbeat of a big-ass dragon. Yeah, right? Because its chuffing is almost silent right here. Because it's just pulling this, which is nothing. Oh, they slipped an observation boxcar in the middle there. That's new. So anyways, Australia. This on the end is a Garrett. And they do a great train race in Australia every year, which I think is great. I love that. It's just so fucking stupid. Worth noting, I'm pretty sure these two are actual passenger locomotives, so in terms of actual speed, they should kick the shit out of these two on the ends. Wait for it. The middle two are active service passenger locos too. Yeah. I think you'll find all four passenger locomotives. You are incorrect. The Garrett is a freight locomotive. Garretts are freight service. They probably pull passengers now because that's typically what you do with heritage steam, but Garretts are a freight engine. Well, there you go. Yeah, see, Tiny knows things. This one may also be a passenger. I'd have to see it go by and then I could tell you. But this one is not. So a Garrett is similar to the big boy in that it's got two engines, but it's got slung on the front and the rear, and the boiler hangs in between them. No, that's a passenger engine. Those drivers are massive. So much black, yeah. Yeah, so they did switching during this race at some point, and I don't know why or where, but all I know is the order of trains change. Because the Garrett's now over here, and the green engine's now over there. Don't know. Air quotes race, though. Yeah, so that, guys, I'll show you another picture, an actual picture of a Garrett in a moment. Oh, it gets past right here. That's so cool. Yeah, that's the Garrett. Let's back up a bit. So take a look at this thing. These are my favorite engines because they're just weird. So you got your engine right here, facing backwards. You got your other engine up there, and then this just hangs in between them. So like, they're really long. They're super fucking long. I guess that would be an answer to Mal's question. It's like, what's a defining feature of a Garrett? They're really long. They'd be really long, and they'd probably... My brain is just like, it'd probably be a tar, actually. Because it's got, you know, two sets of engines. It's got two engines. So it's not, you know, a singular drive set. Dusk, why haven't you gone to this? Where are you? Why aren't you here? Is it because you're not that into trains? Because that's fair. It's so cool, though. Is the train with the side panel of shields a German train? No, but that was really common on German trains. I don't think it was, but that is a very common feature of German trains. They're actually, they're smoke deflectors is what those are. they're made to reroute the wind off of the air coming from the front of the locomotive to pull the smoke away from the cab. Because some engines had issues where the smoke would get sucked down along the route, along the boiler, and it would get into the cab, and it would disrupt the crew's ability to see. This is just fun, though. We should do this in the US. This is so cool. And we have the other shit here in my state. Mostly because it's 11 hours. Yeah. Look how long that motherfucker is. Like, look at these two engines. Just look at the fucking size difference. Just funny as hell to me. We didn't miss a train race at my local museum on the main Amtrak line. I suppose another defining feature of the Garrett is if you were to make a Dragon Sona of the Garrett, they'd probably have to be jacked. Because the Garrett is, it's a engine originally, they're built to move really heavy shit. Jacked. Long, jacked, probably a tower. Mal's just like, ah, yes, my favorite flavor of Sona. Jacked. No, because it's a one of their main uses was it's what's called a banking engine, which means they sit at the bottom of a hill and their entire fucking purpose is to shove really heavy shit up a hill. The long Garrett already looks like a dragon. Yeah. The Garretts ended up being really successful in Africa and Australia, but they are a British-made locomotive, fun fact. They are produced in Britain. I like that two of them are pulling diesels, probably because they can't power their passenger cars. Oh, it's a shame that that camera's a potato. Anyways, they also have miniature Garretts. Like, they made small Garretts, too. Yeah, Bear Garrett. Yeah, look at that. Look at this one. So that behind it definitely looks like a converted steel hopper car. Or a converted steel coil car. Yeah, let me actually just pull up an engine of a image of a Garrett. This is our drag race between our most powerful steam engines. Yeah, images. Garretts. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a fun image. That one's running in reverse. That looks like it's running in reverse there. But they're fucking long. I think this one's yeah, Hunter Valley Steamfest, Australia. So if you're wondering why all these are pulling tanks behind them, it's because water points aren't as plentiful. Wrong chat, check Discord. Okay, I will. Garretts. But they do have small Garretts too. Like Garretts came in a lot of sizes. Like this is obviously a scale model, but that's some of the earliest Garretts looked like that. And there is one in preservation, I think. Oh yeah, look at that one. This is the one that I love. North Ipswich. Look at that color. Look at this fucking thing. That's so cute. Yeah. Hold on, let me go back to the little Garrett. There should be a picture of a little Garrett. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's a 7 1/4 inch gauge Garrett, and I want it so bad. A jack train Sona it is. It might, like I said, if you're doing a Sona, it might need to be a tar because, as previously stated, it has 2 sets of engines. It's got 2 engines, as opposed to 1, which is traditional. Look at this dude on it. You know that guy's having a good time. You know he's enjoying his day. But yeah, a lot of them have this really curved front. So the front is just a water tender. That's just water, and the back is water and coal. Yeah, here's another little Garrett. Are you an artist, Winter Viking? I think Winter dabbles in drawing. Yeah, here's another little Garrett. I mean, everything in the train world that's little is, you know, taken with a grain of salt because they're still fucking huge. Yeah, see, that's a smart-looking train. Yeah, when I think of a Garrett, this is the one I think of. 1009, Queensland, Rockhampton. Requirement number 1 for Function Australia: a thicker water tank than tiny. Yeah, because ain't a lot of water. Did you know that the Flying Scotsman had a there was this old technology they used to run? Also, I need to okay, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just remembered something. Y'all are gonna love this. So there's an engine type called a camel. They're called camelback locomotives. Fuck yeah. What? Page isn't available right now. Camelback steam locomotives. Like, look at this fucking thing. Just practicing for now. I need to learn to do a digital thing. Why does a Garrett have 2 engines again? For power. For power. That's the whole fucking reason. They are built to haul and push up steep grades. Yeah, look at this. So, I mean, if you wanted to make a camel train Sona, there you go. That they were a thing. Like, look at this stupid looking thing. Look how dumb it looks. Look at this one. I think this one is out of Mexico, actually. Look at this dopey looking dumb fuck. And that one's US. God, look at this stupid fucking thing. It looks so dumb. Let me pull up another thing. There is the... What's it called? Where's Wilhelm? Wilhelm should be here for this conversation. Wilhelm likes trains. I've forgotten the name of it. It's I cannot remember the name of this fucking engine right now. It's so... That's another camelback. God, look at it. It looks so derpy. What the fuck was this thing called? I cannot remember. Let's go back to looking at pictures of Garretts. They're so cool looking. But yeah, a Garrett, also known as a Bayer Garrett, is a type of steam locomotive that are articulated in 3 parts. Its boiler is mounted to a center frame, and 2 steam engines are mounted on separate frames, 1 on each end of the boiler. Articulation permits the larger locomotive to negotiate curves and lighter rails that might restrict large rigid body locomotives. Many Garrett designs are aimed at doubling the power of the largest conventional locomotives operating on their railway, thus reducing the need for multiple locomotives and crews. The original plan to use these engines on the proposed air-conditioned trains that were being designed at the time. They never eventuated. They were used on Rockhampton Mail, Sunshine Express. That is passenger. That's weird. Oh, you know what? That's weird because these are normally designed as freight locomotives, but I guess in Australia they were used for passengers. I stand corrected. Every service. Originally traveled on the Brisbane to Atwood line. Soon withdrawn due to problems with limited clearance in tunnels because they're too big. Yeah, they're fucking huge. Like, these are really big locomotives. It's only a 4-foot driver. I guess it makes up for the fact if it has fucking 16 of them. Toowoomba, yeah. Fuel capacity, 6 long tons. Water capacity, 3,800 imperial gallons. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a 39 square foot fucking firebox. I've lived in rooms smaller than that by a lot. Boiler pressure, 200 psi. Heating surface is 1,600 square feet. Jesus. 4 cylinders, yeah. Tractive effort, 32,000 pound foot. Fuck yeah, dude. 1 preserved, 29 scrapped. Ooh. Means place where water sits. Ah. You think it gets wet there when it rains? Yeah, 482284. Jesus. Yeah, here's some more pictures of a Garrett, like just so you can get an idea. Water, oil, coal, water. Yeah. Garretts. You got little Garretts, medium Garretts, big fucking Garretts. The Garretts were not as successful in the UK for banking engines as they were in other places. And I think it was just because they couldn't carry enough shit to keep them fueled. Because they took a lot to keep fueled. Yeah. It's a fun engine, though. Yeah, Garrett, that's a narrow gauge. That's a narrow gauge Garrett. You can tell because it has these bouncers on the outside. Those counterweights. That's a characteristic of a narrow gauge engine. But the real question is, have you ever seen a steam engine with a transmission? That's the thing. Big train. I do feel like every train Sona should be a macro, just because trains are fucking huge. Like, I think that goes without saying. What do y'all think? Because that just came into my brain, and I'm like, wouldn't all train Sonas be macros because trains are massive? Like, that tracks, right? Yeah, Aboriginals here have so many different languages. The place I was from was loosely translated to Moon Country. Some say if you can listen closely, you can hear the word cunt with every chuff. That was a dumb joke. I just want to watch that again. I've been trying to find an artist to get a Mikado 40 themed dragon design from an X Persona. Mikados are cool. You don't know what a Mikado is?
Just putting it into reverse. So when you raise the bar up on this engine is forward.
At a museum here was 103 years old, and it's
yeah, that's a Mikado.
And I'm proud to be a part of it. I started my career at a museum here in Wisconsin as a summer fireman, and
that's what I run at my museum. It's too bad a lot of rail fans are not good people. Have y'all seen, like... Oh, fuck yeah. Look at this thing. Look at that engine. God, I hope there's a video they're going by. So this is a geared engine. There you go. Please show this video. Someone got footage from a cab ride. Damn ads. I will. Love trains. Trains are cool. You can see the drive shaft right there. So the pistons on this are on the other side of the engine. I'm very annoyed. All right. Plug it. This is a Shay. Come on, why can't you just What?
A short and a long is.
Shut up.
The day was Saturday, May 22nd, and we found ourselves out.
I don't recommend the Steam channel, by the way.
They're kind of bigoted.
This one's compressor.
So look at this thing, right? This is a Shay. So all of its pistons are right here. And then it's gear driven to every single axle. They are very slow, but they have a shitload of torque. Like an insane amount of torque. Why did they make it that way? It's for logging. It's for logging and high mountain stuff. So stuff that's, one, really steep, two, extremely tight curves. So basically every truck on that articulates, but logging popular on mountain runs. Yeah, it's a logging locomotive. So actually
Have
here.
you ever needed a steam locomotive for your railway so much that you just slapped a boiler and some cylinders onto a spare flatbed wagon, only to accidentally create one of the most versatile steam locomotives ever? Because that's what this guy did.
I highly
Born in
recommend Train of Thought, really good
1839,
YouTube channel.
Ephraim Shea worked as a teacher, a clerk, and
then
a
we'll do that
civil
cab ride
servant
video.
before saying, "Sod this office job, I'm going to become a lumberjack." He started his own logging company around the 1860s and wanted a better way of moving his logs to the mill, as he could only use snow sleds, meaning he could only move logs in winter. He constructed a narrow gauge tramway in 1875 to transport the trees, which allowed him to cut logs all year round. Eventually, Shea needed some sort of locomotive to run the line. As there wasn't any way he could buy engines to run on the narrow gauge rails at the time, he took a flatbed wagon that was used to carry the logs and just mounted a boiler to it. He then fitted 2 cylinders onto the boiler that would drive a set of wheels on the rear bogie of the flatbed. The driving wheels of the design underwent several changes, with chains and belts being used to power the wheels. The final design instead saw 2 cylinders mounted on the right side of the frame pointing downwards. These were connected to a drive shaft which powered the wheels with beveled gears. The drive shaft was also flexible, which allowed the bogies to articulate, meaning it could negotiate tight corners much better. Because of the positioning of the cylinders, the boiler had to be set slightly to the left in order to counterbalance the cylinder's weight, giving the overall locomotive a unique profile. After getting the design patented, the Limmer Locomotive Works of Ohio built Shea a prototype engine in 1880. The engine was well equipped for the job and could pull the timber wagons with ease. The design was later improved, with a newer Class B type being built in 1884.
Yeah, so like this is a TLDR on him.
Cylinder. In 1885, a Class C type was built.
This
that
guy's
had
videos are
3
usually really
cylinders
short. I
and
highly
an
recommend
additional
them.
set of bogies fitted to the frame, giving it more tractive effort, and a Class D was made with 4 sets of bogies. The Shea design was very successful and was used all over the United States in quarries, factories, logging railways, and even plantation work. Its ability to accelerate quickly with heavy loads and run over steep and uneven tracks meant there was very little heavy-duty work the engine couldn't do.
Isn't there a Shea with a
all of its
vertical
wheels
boiler?
Powered and with weight on all of them, the engine
not a
had
Shea,
very
but
high
there is a
tractive
geared
effort,
one with it.
although the small wheels and the way they were driven meant the engine didn't have a very high top speed. After Shea's patent on the locomotive's design expired, the Willamette Iron and Steel Works started to build their own Shea locomotives that were essentially copies of Shea's original design. They were called Willamette locomotives for legal reasons, but most still referred to them as Sheas. Other nicknames for the engines were sidewinders or stem winders because of their unusual side-mounted drive shafts. Many were exported to around 30 different countries where they continue to show their usefulness, with some being sent to Australia and other such countries with booming logging businesses. While not the fastest or most elegant looking engines, the Sheas were powerful for their size and served well for many years. 118 Shea locomotives have been preserved, with many still running on preserved lines. Just goes to show how far improvisation can take you. Subscribe for more.
and then this thing that Pickrell linked. I have entirely spent more time talking about trains and shit than anywhere playing this game. Oh, that's so loud. Oh, that's pretty. I wish I lived somewhere with good access to Heritage Rail, and I don't, and it's a bummer. Boy, got that auto door. Our whistle is from our steamboat. Oh, neat. That is Greg, my boss at the museum. Okay, yeah. I would love to cab ride an actual steam engine. All I've ever gotten to do operate is like scale steam engines. Want to name some NPC artificers Shay and Garrett in a TTRPG game? That looks like a fun train ride. They have to reverse all the way back, because that is a long push. Yeah, that's a lot of deadheading. We share with an active freight line? Ah. I thought the signals looked bizarrely maintained. Oh, so does it push back to a certain point and then run around and pull for the rest? That makes sense. I know there's this idea that steam engines don't like to run in reverse. That's not entirely true. They don't really give a shit. Some of them were built only to run forward, but most of them, they run the same either direction. They don't really care. The only reason you don't like pushing them is because you're pushing a tender in front of you. Or reversing, because you're running with a tender blocking your vision. If a freight train is coming, we have to push back and hop tracks with the freight train. Ah. Or else there's a manual turntable we can spin to loco on. Okay, yeah. Trains are cool. I like trains. Love a good train. You can see the diesel across the parking lot I operate. I've run diesels before. Where was that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a 44-tonner. You like trains? Really? Yeah, I know, it's crazy. You guys got snowplow, too. Yeah, Train Museum I volunteered at had 2 of these. They had 2 of them. And they worked, but they didn't use them. Because it was hard to get parts for the engines on them. They were just a pain to get parts for. They didn't use them, which was a shame. I don't know, man. You got to fire up those engines. I made a stink one time when I was out there. Because we would go months and months and months without fucking starting some of the equipment. And then they'd go to start it, and it would just take all day to get the fucking thing running. And I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why don't we have a schedule of like every couple of months, go out, everything that's supposed to fucking run, we start, make sure it runs, and it hasn't died in some fashion before we need to use it. We have 5 snowplows and a steam-powered snowblower as we're open year-round. That's fucking cool. Trains are fun. I linked a video in both my Discord and in some others about Train Mountain.
Might look like a normal railroad museum,
which I'd highly which is so
trains
cool.
on display, but some of them get quite small. And these are the trains we're here to see.
You can also briefly see freight train passing by too. Yeah.
Welcome to Downey Live. Let me show you Train Mountain. This 1/8 scale model railroad is the world's longest rideable model train railroad with over 35 miles of track. How long would that take you to run the whole thing?
I don't know.
And you guessed it, it's called Train Mountain. Now, Train Mountain is not just a giant loop of track. It is an entire railroad complete with active switches, rail yards, crossing signals, bridges, tunnels, towns, and even a turntable. And we are gonna ride it all. I've always wanted to feel like a giant. I think I'm in the right place. We're here to meet Ron. So I've been paired up to ride with Ron here. And Ron first.
I would highly recommend this video. It's in my Discord.
Long loop around.
You should watch it. A good time.
Come over and work. And when
Macro Core.
CK&W, he just got to looking around and realized there was a lot more land available.
Luckily, these dudes just out there on a little train riding around. I'm in a train club that does this. I'm in a 1/8 scale train club, and it is fun. I've always wanted to feel like a giant.
If he would supply the materials,
let's show up in a fursuit so the scale is close.
Volunteer to do the labor.
Now, what I want to know is how the length of this track compares to that of a full-size railroad. We said there was 37 miles of track.
36, 37, depending on who you talk to.
Okay, so we'll say 25 miles of main line at 1/8 scale, so multiply it by 8 to make it real world scale. That's the equivalent of 200 miles of mainland track that you can run on.
Yeah.
Wow! I guess that's what really makes this a hobbyist haven, is because you just have so much.
Yeah, these little trains are fun. I really get a kick out of it.
All the main line.
After a relaxing ride through the woods, the Pine Needle Express arrives at the burn pit, where the cars are emptied at the manual rollover.
Oh yeah, they also like set Train Mountain and at most of these places, they have work trains that have, cars specifically built for doing the labor around the fucking place. Oh, I like this one. This one's cool.
The following morning, we find the Alaska Railroad.
We have one of those at the train club I'm in. We own one of these.
Shop. The engine looks a bit dirty, and that's because it has been powering a cleverly designed piece of maintenance of way equipment, the Super Sucker. This crew is bringing out the big guns. Instead of forking needles into cars and dumping them into huge burn piles, this machine does as its name implies. It sucks the needles up, breaks them down into a mulch, and discharges them off the right-of-way. Like this.
I would imagine they probably do that in areas where there's not as high of a fire risk. I will have a big property someday, and we could move around on these. I was at the Super Sucker. I like trains. Wilhelm! We've been talking about, listen, Wilhelm, we started playing Snowrunner, and I have been talking about trains for 2.5 hours. That's all we've been doing. No, because at Train Mountain, as is proper, yeah. At Train Mountain, you can't run, you can only run propane-fired steam engines because the diesel-fired and the coal-fired put out too much hot ash, and it's a fire risk. And I'm imagining they probably collect all of this in areas where there's a higher fire risk, and then areas where there's not, they probably do it with this. You have an old boxcar with an incinerator in it to burn trash? I just realized I wasn't subbed. Mal, thanks for becoming a certified problem for your second time. I very much appreciate that. Oh, do you play Derail Valley? It got a big update the other day. How many hours do I have in Derail Valley? Let me check. I only have 42 hours in it, so not that many. But yeah. Oh yeah, did you know about that update? I was on someone else's stream where like the 8th person in an hour messaged me about the update, and I was like, do none of you assholes check my Discord? Because the day the update came out, I posted the trailer in the Discord and was like, this fucking week, we're playing trains. I streamed Derail Valley last Thursday. It was fun. The Steam locomotive got much more interesting. I need to rebalance the money in it so that way I don't have to put effort in because I'm lazy. I did. I'm still messaging you about it anyways. I know. Maybe I'll play that Thursday. I haven't picked my Thursday day game yet. I'm thinking my schedule right now has Deep Rock Galactic on Friday. I think I'm going to move that to Saturday, and then we'll try BattleBit on Friday. I wish I could stream more often. I know, right? As soon as I get a job, I'm not going to be able to stream as much, so. I love the tiny Alaskan train. Yeah.
Are busy making sure every train is unloaded safely and
Rockin'
everyone finds their assigned track.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does that excite y'all? Is that triggering a visceral reaction of Rockin' Stone? My best stream period was right after the move. Son of a bitch. I've died again. Are you running the Twitch integration mod? Shut up, fucker. What? What? Maybe I won't stream it then. Listen, if y'all don't want to watch me try to get into it, listen, I'm trying to get into. I'm not going to be doing the Twitch integration. I've only played like an hour of it. You fucking Winter. I don't even know how to do the missions. Oh, to say Rockin' Stone? Well, that part I get. Ugh, fine, I'll stretch. It's also like level 2. Yeah, I think I've got like an hour at most. Hold on, we can find out. I always hide my screen whenever I click off whatever I'm on, just out of habit, because it's a good habit to be in. You never know when you'll... I've run out of water. This reminds me of that. Deep Rock Galactic. I have... Oh, I lied. I have 5 hours. Baptism by fire. Because people stuffed Tiny in a backpack and killed... Yeah, because they were like, you just try to follow along behind and we'll do all the objectives. And I'm like... Hard pass. I don't like being carried. I refuse to play a video game where people are carrying me through it. I am either contributing and playing the fucking game, or I'll go do something else. Bruh. Let me refill my water, then we'll talk more about trains. Some people want to watch the world burn. Some people want to kill innocent creatures and that don't actually harm them. And some people are going to watch a YouTube video while I refill my water. That's you fuckers. Bye.
Warren Root of Bend, Oregon is here. He has promised us a ride on his immaculate BNSF train, so stick around. Many steamers are assigned to Crisp Yard, so if you have a craving for good old-fashioned external combustion, then this is the place you want to be. other steam engines, head for the turntable located behind Central Station. Steam locomotives are moved to and from the turntable by hostlers. This Union Pacific SD60M gets a good workout moving the iron horses around. The turntable can be controlled either by hand or with an operator, as Russ Wood demonstrates for us.
Oh, that's a cool looking engine. Yeah, I love trains. Trains are great. Every time I leave my office, I realize how fucking hot it is in here. Because it is so hot in here.
Has a turntable waiting for Wyatt Thomas of Brentwood, California. This 19-year-old has been working hard to assemble this steam locomotive in time for the triennial, which is no small feat.
It's a fresh new engine.
Wait, let me scroll back. What happened here? You don't learn shit by being carried. I want a live steam model, like one of those so bad they're so cool. Oh my god, Wilhelm, I have run one. I have operated one. It is so much fun. Trains for mice. External combustion. Dusk. Why do you have no money or materials in Monster Hunters? Boy howdy, my hunter's home would look like a fucking serial killer's abode. It's not even fun being carried in a game. I'm there to actually play. Why do I want someone to play the game for me, right? I fucking hate that. The only game I ever built solely for carry was fucking Payday 2. That's because people would come to me for clears on heists that were absolute fucking ass. Like, dragging balls across glass would be less painful. Hi, Sierra.
Straight out of a Weasel
Welcome back.
Fired up today for the first time ever. And,
I'm okay.
We're gonna see how she runs. She's never ran before on Steam, so right now we're checking everything. And
we're still talking about trains.
Marcos. I'm Judith Williamson. I am from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada.
I'm from Ashland, Oregon. I've been coming out here since I was 5 years old.
We're Seabold from Fort Worth, Texas, and we drove
We have standard 1080p.
miles.
Apparently I can't post links still. Yeah, I have links turned off. I don't mind being carried in a game I've already completed. There's certain times I don't mind carry. Send it to you on Discord instead. Yes. I like the right one.
To get to our fourth triennial.
What time is it over there? Hi, I'm Simon. I've dyed my hair.
Listen, Simon couldn't be here. He's in animal form.
So I've all the way from Melbourne.
Did that say Marietta, Georgia?
Marcos? I've been.
Is that what that said? No, it says mining cow. Yeah, dyslexia kicking off real good.
So I've all the way from Melbourne. This is my second, and I'll be back in 3 years. And we enjoy to ride the trains here.
The people are from all over. The common denominator is the trains. Like these.
I tried my best. It's pretty cool. I like it. I heard someone was talking about train dragons. Yeah, Mal was. For example, I was MR in Monster Hunter World and Rise, PS4 Switch. When I started streaming, everyone played on PC, and since crossplay isn't a thing, I asked to be carried back to where I was. That's fair, though. I just noticed I don't have you or Dusk on my Steam friends. Me? Who? No, yeah, no, Mal definitely wasn't.
Leaving Central Station, all trains stop at the inspection station, where volunteers check to make...
So you can actually make trains for like $500. Just as a note, like, I know someone who made like, he made his engine out of like old wheelchair motors and some batteries and pallets, and that's it. It's not a tar, but try to go with an alternate approach. I liked it. I like it. It's such a funny concept.
Everyone has the required safety equipment and operators know the rules of the road. Since every train stops here, this is a great place to see just what is here.
I gotta go to work later. Bye, Mal. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Oh, look at that. That's so weird. I assume that's just like a, so you don't blast people with smoke as you're going by.
Signal indication we're going the right way. All right.
I'm a weird fluff of me that guy tries to jam an I-4 gas motor, something that small. Some people do. You can go to, you know, horrible freight and stuff like that, and you can get little like motorcycle motors and stuff, and they'll kind of work. Generally, you use a small high torque motor like you'd use for a pressure washer or commercial lawnmower.
Of Train Mountain.
I want to go to Train Mountain someday, but I'll have to have, you know, the money for it, and I kind of want my own train. There's a rail speeder here that has a Harley Davidson motor swapped in. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh yeah, signals.
Obstacles to get around.
Like Vickrell, that train that you sent me the thing about that you were looking at, that's this. That's this shit, dog. You could have one of these.
To handle this, and because it's fun to do so, Train Mountain has installed a
I assume you can't afford it. I can't afford it either, but still.
Just like the big railroads use. There are a
like
lot
these are the
of
1/8
little
scales.
signals and some big signals. Signals in the day and signals at night.
I cannot
This
express to
system
you how
was designed by
chillaxing this
Train
is.
Mountain President John Cooper. John's
Like-
passion for the intricate workings of railroad signals and their history.
So the fun thing about the scale rail hobby is everyone I know who does it for their different aspect. Like there's a guy in our club who's really into doing the signals and stuff. And there's another guy in our club. He does it because he likes doing the track layout and building the tracks. That's his thing. Okay, it's just some bullshit. Someone's texting me, and I was like, "What the? Do I need to be concerned about that?" Yeah, he's really into building the track and laying out the track and doing all the construction. Another guy really likes working on the shipping containers we use for storage and shit. I like the public run days. I like showing up and helping run people on train rides. That's what I really like doing, which is great because the guy that likes building track fucking hates doing public run days. He does them if he needs to, but he fucking hates doing them. Like he owns a train and I think I've seen him use it once in like 5 years. Would it be funny or rude to bring my 1/8 scale RC construction equipment?
With his ability to accurately
depends on the
recreate
place.
them
Some
for the
places
world
are
of live
down.
steam
Some places like
makes
that.
the Train Mountain experience that much better.
Tower, SP Train 9-2R.
Bruh,
Head 92R.
look at that.
Flag a line up into Central Station for just a brief stop over.
All right, that's we're on lights here. Give me a call before you depart the station.
Give me a couple word for it, 6 Train 9 out. Iowa Interstate 601 to Central Tower.
Go ahead, 601.
We're at signal 60 Lima. Request permission.
Lights. 5, 6, 7, 8 trains. By day, and only by night would they rely on the light.
Now, if only we could put this into service somewhere.
That's a big motherfucker.
It is called the live steam hobby because it's
That's a scaled up. That's a narrow gauge engine IRL. When you scale a narrow gauge engine down to the 1/8 scale, it actually ends up being a larger train. I come in and see trains. It is a good day. I have done nothing but talk about trains for 2.5 hours.
It is called the
So
live
if you want a
steam
larger
hobby because
engine
it started
on that
way.
scale, you actually
With
the
live
best thing to
steam
do is to get
locomotives.
do a narrow gauge because they end up being bigger. Wow, look at that little fucker. Look at that gear on there. Hold on. Set up to 4K real quick for me there, buddy.
Made by day.
Look at the drive gear on that. Look at that. That's so cool. What are doing railroads online again? I have no idea.
The gas hydraulics have been really popular over the years, garnering the nickname lawnmowers.
As they sound like lawnmowers.
Electrics dominate the scene at Train Mountain, and they come in any shape and size you can think of. Some are small and simple, and therefore quite portable. Others are larger and simply full of awesome.
Look at that fucking thing. God damn. Never would have guessed. Oh, I have railroads online. I really enjoy any part of it that isn't building track law. I'm not allowed to build track because of the war crimes. I have to show you, Wilhelm, I have to show you something. I have to show you a Twitch clip. And I don't normally bust out clips on stream because, you know, it's kind of meh. But let me show you something. Still better than Trumpet did. Yeah, Trumpet was... Do you build roller coasters? No. Trumpet was so bad at building track. I don't know how he works for... He's on the dev team and he's still shit at building track. Let me show you something. I did something that I made a developer deeply upset. And I will show you this clip. It's making me cringe so hard.
What the fuck did you do? No. No. That's not how that works.
You think he cares?
You fuck.
No, you did. Why is there a table on the bridge? Because it worked. Why is there... Oh, that's me live. I was so confused. I don't think Trumpet ever forgave me for that. I don't think... Shush. I made a switchback, too. I have a lot of clips of Derail Valley, or not Derail Valley, of For Roads Online, because Rias and I played it a lot. Here's another one, just while we're on the subject.
Wait, hold on. If I just put some... Wait, hold on. If I
Not a switchback, several. I refuse to build a switchback. What's gonna happen if you do that? I hope I go skyward. The worst part, according to Rallius, is that the switchback actually works really well.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you can, going down it, I think you can just let the train coast, and it'll coast, coast, and just swoop, swoop, swoop its way all the way down. No, 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 you, no, Rallius, you moron. Bessie, no, shit. She's fucking gone. She's gonna go all the way back to the goddamn depot. Just hop off it as you get to the switch and wait for it to come back. Yeah, no, like you dead ass, you could just hop off, let the train go by, throw the switch, hop back on it, go back, jump off at the next switch, let it go up, because each end like goes up and then back down like a roller coaster. It is fucking cancer. And it works. And I still have not forgiven you for that. Which part is it? The part that it works is the part that you won't forgive me for. I did that, but I added a second set of rails only accessible via the turntable. No, so the reason there was a turntable on the bridge is because I couldn't get it to build the bridge without sticking a post through the one underneath it. And I was like, can I just put a turntable on this? And the answer was yes. And that was promptly sent to the developers. And I would not be surprised if you cannot do that anymore. I need to see if I can find my screenshot of the OSHA violation. I have screenshots of my OSHA violations. Hold on, let me get them. See, clearly what I'm hearing is that Wilhelm should play Derail Valley with us. Not Derail Valley, excuse me. Railroads Online. Oh, there's a new update for Railroads Online. The Weather and Sky update. Oh, I didn't know that. Fuck. All right, we'll have to do that at some point. I didn't know they'd updated this. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Let me send it to you. Yeah. I didn't know that. Let me get my screenshots. Oh, fuck off. What is wrong with my screenshots? They're sent. Here's my favorite clip of it on my channel. Yeah, hold on. Wait, did you take a clip of the switchback?
When you say...
I know lots of people that have done it.
When you say hydrate, do you mean with the... Oh, dear. Well, that's...
Fucking Christ, really. Y'all can't see it, but really. Fucking hell, Aurelius. They're sent. Let me see. Yeah, let me just go ahead and I've done a similar thing. I love the oh dear. I've done something similar to this. Hold on. Can I get my screenshots to work, please? I don't know why they don't work for this game. That's deeply annoying. Like, I can see the picture. It's right there. I just need this image. Oh, I just opened the folder. Hold on. Haha! Yay! War crimes. Haha! That's what pain looks like. That took so much time to build. The worst part is, like I said, Wilhelm, is that it works really well. Like, you can go from here, no power, and just coast, throw the switch, and it'll come to a stop, and then it'll coast back, and you throw this switch, and it'll coast back, and you just don't even have to be on the train. That's the worst part. You can't touch my riches, even if you had MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Biggie Smalls, the millionaire, the mansion, the yacht, the 2 weed spots, the 2 hot clocks. That's how I got the weed spot. I shot Tread in the head. I was not there for this. I came over and found this. We were playing on a community server, and someone was like, and I went back to get this engine, and I'm like, and I left it there. I have a curly Q on my railroad that I hate, but I couldn't get the line high enough otherwise. Rallius and I want to make a jump at some point. Here's one of our finer moments. My earbuds died. I'll be back after they charge. Tiny secrets. All right, right. Yeah, this was great. As an experiment, we were on this community server that one of the devs helps, well, one of the researchers helps run. And we were curious if we could just gravity run a set of cars down this line. So each person was on a car to man a brake. And it turned out the line was perfect and that we just sat on these cars for like 15 minutes and didn't do a fucking thing. And it made it all the way down from the coal mine, all the way down to the steel mill, I think. Without any like no one applied a brake. We didn't push them. Like we just got it. We pushed them off with an engine and then just let them go. And they made it all the way down perfectly. It was really good. Railroads Online is very fun. I actually know one of the people that's working on Railroader. They're kind of an insufferable dick. That could be us. All we would have to do is have money. All we'd need, $20,000 in fucking credible, yeah. Hold on, I saw a real pretty engine there and I want to see it. Oh, that's fun. It's a Jordan spreader. Oh, that's pretty. I'm currently trying to build a line from the coal mine to the smelter and I hate it. It's so long. I love that. That's so cool. Milwaukee Road had some cool looking engines. That could be us. We just have to buy it. Oh, those are fucking cool. Look at that. I don't know what that is, but I love it. It looks Australian, actually. Can't even afford to fix my car. You expect me to afford a toy train? My actual train is 100% grant money. Oh, I know. Listen, I can't even afford to go to the doctor, and I need to go to the doctor. Bruh. 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 What a flex. I love the locomotives in the mid to late 1800s, the big box headlights. Oh yeah, the tall smokestacks, they're so cool.
Are really popular with people of all ages and are a fun and easy way to get into the hobby. But for others, it is still all about the steam locomotive and the skill set required to operate on the heavy mountain grades found here.
I'm super lucky Connecticut has its own state-sponsored insurance, so I can see my actual doctors and dentists. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, here you're doing both jobs and you're conducting. You really got to pay attention to the water, pay attention to the fuel, the brakes, and then, of course, the signals and directions.
It's hard. It's something you have to be, you have to be on 5 things at once. Managing everything, you have to be timing out, okay, I need to turn my pressure down here in about a minute. I need to turn on my water in 5 minutes. I need to be, right on 5 things, timing everything out perfectly. But, it's just something.
I hope Railroads Online will get more detailed locomotive simulation. I do too. I asked about it and they wouldn't confirm or deny anything about it. This is so cool. Like, look at that. Doesn't that look like just a really chill day? As someone who's spent an entire, 5-hour period on an engine like this before, it is pretty fun. Like, it's so relaxing.
Locomotive, Mike also brought a fantastic string of cars, most of which he built himself. Powering his train is a beautiful Pacific owned by Brandon McCracken. It was built in 1965 by Ken Graham and weighs around 1,300 pounds. It has no trouble.
1,300 pounds. Fucking hell. That thing. These things they're so fucking heavy. One of the things, one of the big rules on the public run days is you have to make sure that people don't put their feet down, because someone puts their foot on the ground, all that happens is they break, their foot gets injured. That's all that, every time someone's done it, they've immediately sprained their ankle at best. Because you can't stop this goddamn thing with your foot. It weighs the same as a car. Of course they're heavy, they're all steel, yeah. We have a guy who's got one that's 1,600 pounds. It's so fucking heavy. He's got a Berkshire. One guy's got a Mikado that's being built by a professional, a guy who builds these professionally, and he is so excited for it. It's gonna be so fucking cool. It's just fun. It's worth noting that if you look in your local area, these clubs are a lot more common than you would think, and they do often do public run days. So if you go looking around, you'll find them. This is a really popular model, this one right here. The train club I'm in actually has one, is our club engine. Bulletproof little thing. That's so cool looking.
Not all the trains on the K&W are giving rides today. This classic Alco, sporting Spokane, Portland, and Seattle paint, is powering a track maintenance train. These
I've told people to try not to ride a flipped over 1/8 scale excavator. You will throw it your back as it weighs roughly 900 pounds. I have had the displeasure of re-railing engines like this by hand.
Volunteers log many hours each day to make sure things are running smoothly. So, when you are out and about and see a track maintenance crew, be sure to thank them for their hard work. Or better yet, sign up as a volunteer. Even just a little of your time will make a big difference on the railroad. There are lots of opportunities for volunteers at Train Mountain.
Well, that's a cool looking engine.
Inspection station.
There was a zoo I used to go to that had a little steam railroad like these. I loved it when I was a kid. Dude, kids loved it because we do 4 public run days a year at my club. And kids fucking love it. Like we've had parents come out and they're like, honestly, this is like the cheapest way to entertain our child for an afternoon. Because it's like $2 for a ticket for a 15-minute train ride.
You can go back out and play. That is, if you ever
we've had people that come out and they just ride the trains for 3 hours straight. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. That's that narrow gauge Rio Grande again. Ah, trains. I would be more invested in. I like the little green steam engine. It's so cool. I need to show y'all. Wilhelm, I need to show you a picture of something. Wait, did they say they have people run golf carts? I think so, yeah. Look at that engine. So that's an example of like the narrow gauge. The narrow gauge scales to a larger engine than the because you're scaling it to the track size more so than the 1/8. Verco's just like, I could volunteer out there. Let me find you something. Okay, pause that. Oop, wrong button. Look at this fucking engine. Look at this fucking engine. I'm in the way. That must weigh a lot. Yeah, it's like 1,600 pounds. It's a Berkshire. Let me see if I can get you. There's some really good pictures of it. That's an okay picture. So it's this guy's. It's this dude's engine. He built it. He bought the castings and machined the fucking engine. Oh, why did you take all those pictures? Obnoxious. This guy's got this little electric engine, and this thing is a fucking trooper. We've had that thing run all day, and it'll pull whatever you put behind it, and it just won't stop. Like it's run all fucking day without brakes. It's ridiculous how reliable that fucking thing is. Yeah, so this guy built this engine. And those are all of his train cars too. It's so fucking cool. That dude's engine's really cool. Where is, or was it broken down on this day again? It breaks this. There's an engine that breaks down a lot. Excuse me. Excuse me. Where is it? It probably broke down, so there's not pictures of it. There's going to be pictures of it here. This guy's got a cool engine. This guy manages the club steam engine, and that's his personal steam engine. And then the awkward thing is that's me. Where is pictures? There's club steamer pictures in here somewhere. Where are they? Or was it broken down again? It broke down. It breaks down all the fucking time. The damn engine. It's hard sometimes to find pictures of our club steam engine because, like I said, it just breaks down a lot. Because it's a steam engine and they do that. I think it spent all of 2021 broken down. There should be pictures of it from this year because it was working for at least half the damn run day. Oh, there it is. There's a picture of it. Let me see if there's another one. Really? We only got the one? That's lame. Yeah, so we have a club steam engine, which belongs to the club. What happens to it? Oh, it has issues with its burner. The burner doesn't like to work right. It has issues. So it runs off of 3 propane tanks. We use 2 at a time, but the problem is with 2 at a time, it overdraws the tanks and tends to frost them. Is there actually not a goddamn picture of this stupid fucking engine? This damn thing. Yeah, there's one of our other guys in his coal burner. So he's like, he ends the day. Yeah, there's another picture of it. It's right there. It's dented to shit. It's 80 years old. And it has lived a long life. Wasn't that in the second picture? Wait, forward. Oh, it is it, yeah. Yeah, so it's got 3 propane tanks back here. Then it's got a water tender, and then there it is. But it run things. The thing is they don't want us to run 3 tanks because it costs too much. Because you gotta fill all the tanks, and it's expensive. It's just expensive to run. Because it'll empty the tanks over the course of a day pretty solidly. But no, it's temperamental because if you're pulling a lot of passengers just frequently, it's really easy to frost the tanks in the boxcar. It's just obnoxious. I have a feeling I have better pictures of this on my phone, which means... Here, back to that for a moment.
Weasel is still putting his steam locomotive through its paces as he works toward his goal of running all the way to Hope
So it breaks
Circle.
down because it's not being fueled properly.
He has promised to let us know
Kinda,
when he
yeah.
thinks he's ready, possibly tomorrow.
Like, in theory, you can run it with 2 tanks and not have it frost a tank. However, it has not really been super cooperative with that for the last year or so. It really needs a full rebuild because, like, every time you run it, they just had to replace the the injector lines on it because their check valves were just worn out, and you have to have 2 ways to get water in the boiler so it doesn't explode. Let me see if I've uploaded any pictures recently of it, or if I need to go do them again.
At Train Mountain.
Oh, I do have this. I was getting ready to offload this thing, and it was not cooperative. Stupid fucking thing. It turned out it had rolled over and soaked its air filter in oil.
We caught wind that a wedding ceremony was going to be held at Blue Caboose.
All right, let me do something real quick.
The bride-to-be isn't just walking down the aisle. She is arriving in style, decked out in a wedding dress that most will agree has quite a long train.
That was cringe. Why are y'all booing? He's right. I just looked up and realized the avatar was all fucked up because I'm looking at something right now. What does the Vor Redeem do? Press it and find out. It's not cringe. Don't worry. Not cringe. It's weird, but it's not cringe.
One of the main attractions near Central Station is the vendor barn. Whether you are looking at getting into the live steam hobby or need an upgrade,
and you know what that means?
Cool addition to your railroad,
it means it's Vor.
This is the place to be.
There's Vor in Shrek. There's Vor in Shrek.
There are engines, cars,
classic,
trucks, speeders, signals, and sheep.
It does that. Yeah, it does that.
Also, great live entertainment. This is the Gandy Dancer competition. Teams compete for the fastest time in assembling a
God, I have so many pictures on my fucking phone. Why? Why side deco? Okay, whatever.
This is where you can see new locomotives and rolling stock on display and in motion, because that's how we roll at Train Mountain.
There we go. Video seems to favor the left side of screen and bottom right. Okay, I did the traditional thing of sending a bunch of pictures to Raven so I can show them to you. Yeah, so here's like a picture of the club steamer. From here to here, it takes up, it's long, like it's over 10 feet. But it is it's a Pacific, and it was owned by the Southern Railway originally. So this was Southern Railway owned this engine. And then somehow we ended up with it. And she is so fucking clapped. Hold on. No, just open it. Yeah. Must have been a nightmare to haul cargo with such a tiny engine. Yeah. Southern Pacific. Here, this is your problem now. No, not Southern Pacific, just the Southern. Southern Railway was a railroad. Another one. Yeah, here's another picture of it. So in the cab, just for a quick rundown, that's your I'm in front of it. This right here, okay. That controls the flow of gas for your burner, which is inside the firebox. These are light switches. Some of them work, some of them don't. This is your sight glass. You've got your drains for the sight glass. That is what was that? I don't remember what that was. Oh yeah, that's for the brake. You've got a steam brake right there for the locomotive. That's the Johnson bar. This is just pressure gauge and its little drain. This is your throttle or your regulator, depending on how you want to flavor it. These two things down here are they are for opening the let outs for the steam. I forgot what they're called. Brain is not working. It's these. It opened these. It lets pressure out of boiler. Those are safety release valves. That is a nothing. It's literally a nothing. That is a massive fucking dent in the sheet because it is. The right behind here, behind this, is the cylinder cock control. And I know, funny word. Everyone go ahead and laugh. Steam dump? Yeah, it's the steam dump. It's the blow-off valve, I think is the actual term. This thing right here is the train brake. So that runs to an air compressor in the box car. And then that's how you operate the brakes on all the cars behind it. And here's just a fun picture of this guy with his two Southerns running next to the Club Diesel. This guy right here is like 6'6". This is a big dude. Just if anyone's curious, he's so fucking tall. He's actually tall enough that he can't run the engines very long, or his back starts to hurt because he has to bend over too far. This guy's engine, this actually, so the rear engine has a motor in it. And the front engine doesn't. It's just weights and hydraulic drives with a connection between the two to run the hydraulics on all of them. And it will pull your fucking house over. It is ridiculous. Yeah, it's small trains, very fun. Love trains. Trains are great. God, you remember when I was going to play Snowrunner today? Ah, classic. We're like at the stream stop time too, which is fucking great. I've talked about trains for 3 hours. They're so much fun. You should play Derail Valley instead. I might, but tonight I'm streaming Dredge. Maybe I'll do... Let me look at my stream schedule. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask y'all about that because I picked up BattleBit. Dredge is also cool. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Two weeks ago, if you asked me if that engine would have been running, I would have told you no. But here it is running out to hope. He's 19 years old, so pretty proud of him.
This is the Weasels Project and his show. And now, it's up to him.
Good for him. Getting his little engine running. That's what I've been talking with some of the guys, and we really want to swap our engine to one of these tanks because it's harder to freeze them. It's also harder to fill it. But like, I really want to swap to one of these as opposed to, because we just use 3 like normal grill propane bottles and they suck ass. They're such a pain in the ass. This looks like fun. Oh, look at the gauges he's got in there. Nice. That's pretty slick.
This morning.
You're doing great. You're in the heck out of there.
Dennis has been one of the hardest working engineers at this event. Every day he was running a shuttle train and giving rides at the Klamath and Western on their run days.
This is the beginning of the Big Toot and the parade of trains.
Just before the Big Toot, everyone gets off their train for a photograph. All right, perfect. Back to your trains.
I am looking around because I know people that go to this, and I'm always looking to see if I can see them. Oh, the Big Toot.
Big Toot over the radio.
Okay, everybody ready for the Big Toot?
Look at that guy in the background just fucking sending it. Fantastic. That is a lot of steam. I like he's got a little throttle control there, or that's pretty sweet. Ours is a hydraulic, like you literally have the lever you hold on to on ours is a hydraulic, it controls a hydraulic whatever thing. Oh boy, I love the part where we collectively give ourselves hearing damage. Me too! Yeah, it's basically a hydraulic valve control, so you just shove the whole thing forward and backward, and it kind of sucks. The fucking Smokey the Bear. Oh shit, it's Smokey the Bear. I don't know why, but I kind of love that. Oh, fuck yeah. Look at that guy and his dog. Hell yeah. But no, the thing I was gonna say is, like, right now my plan is Friday is Deep Rock Galactic, but I think I'm gonna move that to Saturday night. And because I'm gonna do BattleBit. I've picked up BattleBit because I was told that BattleBit is like a shooter from 2009. And boy howdy, if there's one thing I could go for, it's a shooter from 2009. So I just, if anyone's curious, I think that's what I'm going to do. But like, I don't have any plans on playing Deep Rock Galactic with anyone. I'm just going to do it Saturday night, I guess. Duh. I don't know. Play it solo. Fuck it. Who cares? Yay, trains. Oh, doggies! Doggies in their own doggy train car. Fuck yes. Love it. That was adorable. I love that. That guy was just... Hold on. Hold on. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this fucking dude. I don't know why it's so funny. Oh, there was a gray goose in there. Not a gray goose, silver goose. My bad. Whatever. You know what I mean. If you don't, then don't worry about it. That is some cool engines. I want a cool engine. I want to get one. Listen, I got an engineering degree, goddammit. When am I supposed to get a job that pays enough for me to buy my own fucking train? I was promised an income, and instead I stream on Twitch for fuck all money. Oh well.
The Train Mountain Triennial is an incredible event that brings people from all over the world.
Are you in the U.S.? Then you don't. Yeah, I am in the U.S.
We had a really, really good triennial meet this year. My particular position is one of the 3 co-chairs for the whole event to help organize and run it and oversee it throughout the week and the preparatory week before that, and even months before that as we planned it out and got organized. It takes about a year's worth of planning and hard work to bring it all together, to get it organized. The vendors have to have notice in advance and get all that organized. Food vendors. So there's a lot of little individual pieces that all have to get planned well in advance and then all brought together to put this on and together. The key is all of our well worthwhile. So I think.
Oh yeah, that was one. I love these ballast trains they've got out here.
Been involved in any kind of
like, look at this set of cars that should be coming up next.
It's a lot of work, but it.
Yeah, so you rather than spreading the ballast, like where I play with trains, like 3 dudes all own Bobcats because they all worked in construction. So that we use Bobcats to do that, but they've got this fucking train that you just open the little hatches and you go along and you spread ballast. And I love that.
I think everybody had a great time. I've heard just nothing but lots of kudos from the folks that did visit and participated and got to run their trains all over.
Just a fantastic railroad to learn on and have fun, and certainly enjoy bringing my family up here to play trains and meet.
Continuing.
That's good video. I've been lurking. What did I miss? Oh, tiny trains for a tiny Nego. We've talked about trains. I like trains. Yeah, I would recommend this video. It's in the Discord. It's in I found this, I think.
Just a little bit.
It's a really good video. I highly recommend it. Downey Live does really fun stuff.
To try out the sports car chairs, as he calls them. Mighty comfortable.
And you know, a mile, 2 miles of track.
You're right.
Train Mountain is so fucking cool. Trains are so fucking cool. Do we want to watch the Train Mountain safety video? Because I kind of want to watch the Train Mountain safety video. I remember back 3 hours ago we were going to play
Train Mountain, the world's largest hobby railroad. Over the
Marvel
past
of
3
Engineering.
decades, Train Mountain has evolved into an impressive railroad park with nearly 20 miles of mainline track, not including yards and sidings. Whether you are a
look at that
lifestyle
one.
enthusiast or just enjoy a pleasant
That's pretty
train
hot.
ride through the woods, we guarantee that
Like
you
that
won't
shit.
find an experience like this anywhere else. To ensure the railroad is safe and enjoyable for everyone, Train Mountain has a specific set of operating rules that apply at all times. During a triennial, additional rules go into effect, and we will cover them in the video.
Yes.
And now,
this is what we all needed.
here are the rules of the road.
The Train Mountain rules video. Because all of us are definitely going. We're totally going to go, right? Everyone here is going to go to Train Mountain, right?
This video covers the fundamentals of safe operation.
As soon as I, win the lottery,
For discussion in greater depth,
and I can
feel free to
afford
consult
train,
the Train Mountain
cars,
Encyclopedia
trailer,
and other
new pickup
online
truck,
documents
and
available at
taking time off work. I'll be on out there.
trainmountain.org. To maintain a safe environment for all members and guests, please observe the following safety rules of the road. All
Did you see
trains
Heist's video
must
about
have
the
both an engineer and a
DNRG safety
conductor.
film? I did not.
The only exception to this rule is for speeders and similar single-unit equipment that can be safely removed from the track by one person in the event of a breakdown. Engineers and their
Oh, look at
conductors
that one.
must be able to clearly and quickly communicate while underway by voice commands, radio, or whistles.
I think you'd like it. Let me see if I can find it for you. I don't always watch Heist because sometimes his videos sometimes his videos are really like poorly paced and they just go on for forever and the day doesn't say anything of note. But other times his videos are really good. It's just kind of hit and miss.
Or 106 feet along the mainline track.
I'll probably watch it when I eat dinner here in a bit.
On these signs.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Let's take a look at one. The name of the track division is listed at the top of the sign.
Bottom one's the
In
grade, I know
middle
that
is
much.
the track mileage number. Although this number is not continuous around the track, it is a unique number and is not repeated. If you need to call for help, please give out your location using this number and the division name. The grade of the track from this milepost to the next milepost is listed at the bottom of the sign.
Just like in D-Row Valley.
While underway, a separation of 210 feet or 2 milepost lengths must be maintained in between trains. This is mandatory. The safety rule that probably prevents more accidents than all others at Train Mountain is the one that protects the back of your train in the event of a derailment or breakdown. The conductor must properly flag 2 milepost lengths or 210 feet behind any stopped train. If the conductor is needed to help the engineer of the train, he or she must either get a passenger to do the flagging
They're sent? Fuck
or
yeah.
flag until the
I'll
next
definitely
train
look at it.
arrives. Then the
Oh
conductor
yeah, we need
for
to
the
add
arriving
each other
train
on
can
Steam.
then
I forgot
protect
about
the back
that.
of both trains, while the conductor for the first train assists the engineer. The maximum running speed on the track is 7 miles per hour. At that speed, the timing is 10 seconds between mileposts.
To be fair, these trains will go
Of course,
entirely
track
too
conditions
fast.
may require lesser
Like,
speeds for safe operation.
people always ask us on the
When
train days,
operating
like,
within
how
yard
fast do
limits,
the engines
the
go?
speed limit
And the
is
answer
3
is,
miles per
don't
hour.
know, but they will go entirely too fast. Like, they will go more than fast enough to yeet themselves off the fucking track. And considering you're sitting on top of it, you really don't want to be sitting on top of a 1,300-pound steam engine as it goes.
2 longs, 1 short while approaching, and 1 long while in the crossing. It should sound like this.
What are green blocks?
Every train must carry a green block in case of a derailment. If a derailment occurs, place the green block on the right side at the derailment location. Not only does this tell track crews where the problems are, it warns the next train that there may be an issue with the track.
I was wondering what those blocks were for. We could use those at our track because trains here all the fucking time because some of the track is really fucking old.
You must realign the switch you used to enter the siding back to the main line. This rule does not apply if the switch is of the manual remote control type. When running at
What are we
night,
even doing with our
a
lives?
white headlight must be mounted on the front of the engine.
What are we doing?
And a red flashing taillight must be mounted on the rear of the last car.
We're sitting here watching fucking rules of a train video that none of us can afford.
Track signal lights.
What? Why?
All trains must observe.
Why are we doing this? I don't know. It was my choice. You're just here watching for some fucking reason.
Most of the track at Train Mountain is unidirectional, but there are a few sections of bidirectional track, which are protected with overhead or trackside signals. Never proceed through a steady red light. The electrical contacts for the signals are located on the tracks just below or adjacent to the lights. Be sure not to cross this point while waiting for a green signal. This poor engineer will never get a green light because the front of her engine is already in the next block.
Totally unnecessary time lapse. Jesus Christ.
Track signal lights are also encountered at the electrical switch locations and the long tunnel below the back shop yard.
I wish we had a tunnel. That'd be fun.
Required safety equipment.
That'd be real cool.
All conductors must be equipped with a red flag, a whistle, and a flashlight if running at night. Minimum flag size is 12 inches by 12 inches.
Well, listen. All right, some of us have learned to do with less. All right, you just don't need you judging me here.
All trains must have an
Jesus
FRS
fucking
radio.
Christ.
A cell phone is required when operating
Rude.
north of the highway.
Listen.
Radio frequencies
all right, we can't all be
and cell phone
blessed.
numbers that are used
all right,
during meets
privileged.
may be posted on the bulletin board in the Hall of Flags. The back of your badge lists telephone contact numbers. All trains using couplers must be equipped with safety chains or cables. Chains must have welded links and connectors must have screw-type closures. Rope and clip links are not accepted. Some grades at Train Mountain are more than a mile long, and use of safety chains and cables have prevented runaway cars.
That's a cool looking engine.
All steam trains must have a Train Mountain boiler inspection certificate and be fired by propane only.
To prevent forest fires.
Fire safety. The fire danger in Klamath County is frequently high and often extreme. Smoking is never allowed outside of 3 designated areas. They are outside the east door of the Hall of Flags, in front of the back shop, and outside the motor pool. If you have any questions, please ask a volunteer. Smoking is prohibited in all other areas of the Train Mountain property. This includes the entire northern portion. Violators may be asked to leave. Other state and federal entities may ask that you carry firefighting equipment aboard your train. Current information will be made available.
These are some
Train
serious
Mountain
goddamn
switches.
Windows movie maker fucking
You will encounter
edits
several
or
types
cuts.
of track switches while operating at Train Mountain. Remote electrical switches are located at Grand Junction and the entrance to Central Station. As you approach, you will see a stand by the side of the track with push buttons. Stop by the stand and press the button for your desired route. Wait at the stand and observe the overhead signal. Proceed only when you get the required flashing red, yellow, or green light.
Oh, that's that burn pit train again.
Do not move until you receive
We learned
your
that in the
proceed
last
signal,
video.
and do not tailgate a previous train. If you do, you may find that the switches change under you. During heavy traffic times, you may be asked to choose your desired route at Central Station by contacting a volunteer by radio. A trackside sign will alert you when you must call for routing and the radio channel to be used. At other times, just follow
Can you imagine,
the same trackside push-button procedure as described previously.
They've got so much track and so many people
Another
that during
type of
their
switch
events,
you will
they have
encounter
to
at Train
have
Mountain is the manual remote switch.
They have to have
As you
fucking
approach this type of switch,
people
you will
managing
see
the
a
switches
stand
in the
with a
trains
yellow
like on
or
a
green
full-ass
ball on
railroad.
the
That's
top,
wild.
with
That's
a yellow
so many
handle
fucking
just
people.
below. If you see a green ball, it means that the switch is aligned for the main line. If the ball is yellow, it is lined for an alternate route or siding. This switch stand operates points of the switch that are 40 feet beyond the stand. When you stop at one of these stands, if you move the yellow handle to the right, you will turn right at the switch. Conversely, if you turn the handle to the left, you will go to the left.
Oh, wow, that's complicated.
There is
I don't
one
think
place on the track that is a little bit confusing.
I might have to watch that a
newcomers.
few more times.
There are two of these manual remote stands located close together just outside of the tunnel as you are leaving Douglas Loop. The first stand operates a switch that has an alternate route of dog walk. The second stand operates
The fuck
a
is
switch
dog
that has
walk?
the alternate route of South Portal Circle. The main line here is straight through and up the outside loop known as Rabbit Run. The other types of switches you'll find at Train Mountain are manual operators located at the points of the switch.
Yeah.
The short
That's
arm
what we have.
rack
We
switch
have
operator
exclusively
is shown
those.
here.
Although some of them
You
are
operate
manual
these
operators that are
switches by
like
moving the
6 feet
short arm
ahead.
that is located off to the
Basically, so
side
you don't
of
have to
the
get off
points.
the engine. Unless
The
you've got a
points of
really
these
long engine,
switches
which
are
some
held
guys
in
do.
position with a spring. When you move through this type of switch in a direction from frog to points, the points will spring to allow the wheel flanges to pass. If you back up with one of these switches under your train, there is a possibility that you could split the switch. We see here one of the kick switches you'll find at Train Mountain.
I was curious about
To
that.
change alignment at these switches, simply kick the point over to the desired
Because we saw that in
side.
the other video of someone
Please
just
do
kicking
not
a switch.
Use a hard kick to realign the points. All it takes is a slight nudge to move the points.
Why is that engine all lopsided?
When you travel through this type of switch in a direction from frog to points, the points will automatically snap over and realign to your direction of travel. There is no danger of splitting this type of switch when backing up. One final safety point when traveling around the track: it is your responsibility as train engineer to observe the alignment of all approaching switches. Failure to do so could result in an accident. There are many places around the track where an alternate route takes you across tracks with approaching traffic. If you're not alert, you could run right in front of an oncoming train. Here is a tip. When observing the alignment of manual remote switches, it is easier to see the handle alignment on the stand than the points on the switch that are 40 feet down the track.
Yeah, but you've also
if
got the
handle is to
fucking
the
the
right,
dot,
you are
so
aligned to go to the
I don't
right.
understand the problem there.
Vice versa. If the handle is to the left, you are aligned to go to the left.
I mean, yeah, it's correct, but kind of reiterating stuff. We're just treading this.
Train Mountain.
I'm starting to think this safety video might not be professionally made. They're repeating themselves. It's
is our
outrageous.
And it is only as safe as we make it.
There's a lot of
We
people
are
on
each
those two
responsible,
cars.
And our behaviors do affect others, including our many guests. If you see something going on that looks unsafe, stop it. If you are too uncomfortable to intervene, communicate your observation immediately to an official. Meets are complicated events, and many tasks need attention to ensure a safe and fun experience for all. If all of us contributes just a few hours during the course of the event doing something we enjoy, we will be able to staff and complete all the needed tasks.
Oh,
and
that's a pretty
activities.
engine.
To find out what is
That's a
needed,
good-looking engine.
please check with the event office or attend the volunteer meetings. Oh, and one more thing. Don't forget to run your train.
Okay, time for table up alert. Yeah, thanks,
fun.
Wilhelm. Yeah, whatever. It's time for me to get food.
The triennial. During a triennial, there are additional procedures needed due to the high volume of rail activity.
But I'm glad you were here.
Changes
Enjoy
and
your
current safety
tabletop.
advisories,
I'm
which will
assuming it's
arise
going to be
during the
Dungeons and
triennial,
maybe some
will be
dragons.
posted at the triennial
Or
office
something
in the
else.
Hall of Flags. Please check there before running your train. A large volume of necessary information is included in your registration packet. Please take the time to read it before heading out.
There's a Thomas engine coming up.
Shortly
Oh, that's
after
not
leaving
exciting
the
at
main
all.
station area, you will arrive at an inspection
Stupid.
station staffed by volunteers. Their job is to check for the required safety items, including the FRS radio, flag, safety chains, and
Ooh,
oil
I know who we're
certificate
rating after
on steam
this.
engines. Only during a triennial, following your completion of the safety briefing, including this presentation, a volunteer will attach a sticker to your registration badge. The inspection staff will verify that
As a
both
note,
the engineer and the conductor have
Thank you for the
this
head pats,
sticker
Blue.
before allowing the train to proceed.
As a note, I will be
concludes the
streaming
Train
Dredge
Mountain
tonight at 8
Safety
p.m.
and
EST, if
Orientation
anyone's
video.
curious.
Please follow each safety rule carefully, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And again, thanks for volunteering. From all of us at Train Mountain, we hope you enjoy your stay and have fun on your train ride. Safely.
Yeah. Choo-choo. Big choo-choo ride fan. Anyways. We have successfully not played Snowrunner for 3.5 hours. Good job, team. Yes, we did it. All right. Everyone, as is always, I'm going to do food now. I'm going to do my dinner break. And then I'll be back at 8 p.m. Y'all stick around just for a moment. Stick around for the raid. Just hold your horses for just a moment. Leave after the raid. Abandon their stream, not mine. If you are new and haven't followed, please be sure to follow. I'm bad about tangents sometimes. That I don't always go off on multi-hour long talks about trains that get sidetracked to the point where we're just watching Train Mountain videos. I usually don't, but sometimes I do. We went from talking about the politics of Amtrak to Train Mountain. That was the progression today. Whatever. It's the middle of the day. It's like 5 o'clock. Anyways, if you have a subscription, the top 2 raid calls work for you. If you don't, the bottom one works for you just fine. You can go ahead and highlight and copy and paste one of those if you are able, and we will be raiding one of the dear friends of the channel. Actually, we're going to raid Olivia Redwater, who took a long streaming break and is now back. And Olivia is darling, and she is very much similar to me in terms of her really dumb fuck jokes that are all like mildly passive aggressive. Riley's just like, oh fuck yeah, Olivia's streaming, woo! Olivia's really fun. Y'all will like her. So as always, I hope to see you again later tonight. But more importantly, thank you for coming. I hope you've had fun. Make sure to stay safe, drink something, stay hydrated, eat something tasty, eat something healthy, and, you know, don't just next time someone tells you that trains are lame, no, just ignore them. It's not worth getting in an argument with. Like, it's just, But Amtrak, just vote Amtrak. We need more Amtrak. I love Amtrak. And maybe we'll upgrade from Amshacks to having Amtrak stations. And it's going to be great. We just get more track for Amtrak so they can put more Amtrak trains on the train tracks. And then they can go to more places on the train track, Amtrak's on the faster tracks trains. And it'll be great.
Yeah, all that stuff we can sell.